Hear ye, hear ye. This court is now open and in session. The Honorable J. Harris presiding. This is the case of the plaintiff, Robbie Curtis, versus 3 defendants, the Billings Power and Line Company, Central Independent School District, and the homeowner, Mr. John Carpenter. Would you all please rise?
Please be seated. I have a new chair, and it's on rollers, and so I just may go flying. So if I do, don't laugh at me. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the case you are about to hear is a civil tort action brought on by the plaintiff, Robbie Curtis, against 3 defendants. The Central Independent School District, the Billings Power and Light Company, and a homeowner of John Carpenter. This is a personal injury case in which the plaintiff alleges that his son was severely injured in an electrical accident while climbing a large tree that was located on the local school district property. The injuries were found to have occurred when the teenager came in contact with an 8,000-volt uninsulated power line owned by the local power company. The plaintiff alleges that the school district and the power company, as well as a nearby resident homeowner, were all negligent in causing the injuries to the boy, and is seeking comparative damages in satisfaction of his claim. You have all been duly selected as jurors in this case. I am sure each of you realize the great importance of being selected as a juror. I would expect each of you to do your very best in carrying out this important civic duty. I will now swear you in as a juror. Would each of you stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear to serve as a juror in this trial to the best of your ability, honestly and conscientiously, so help you God? Please answer, I do. Be seated. Now that you've been sworn in, let me remind you of the very serious nature of your duties as a juror in this trial. It is important that you listen carefully and attentively throughout the trial, taking notes if you wish. You are to rely entirely on these notes and on your recollection of the evidence that you will hear in this case. You must consider the credibility of each witness as they appear and upon each piece of testimony that is given. You will have to rely on your own experience, judgment, and common sense in these matters of decision making. During the course of the trial, you will receive evidence from the jury from which a jury may properly find a defendant guilty of an offense. There are 2 types of evidence. One is direct evidence, such as testimony of an eyewitness. The other is circumstantial evidence, proof of circumstances pointing to the commission of a crime. As a general rule, the law makes no distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence. It simply requires that before a defendant can be convicted, a jury must be satisfied of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. To justify a conviction upon circumstantial evidence, all of the circumstances must be consistent with the theory that the accused is guilty and inconsistent with any rational theory except that of his guilt. After all the witnesses have been heard and you have heard the arguments posed by the various attorneys, I will then clarify the law for you as it applies to this case. I will then charge you with your responsibilities and you will go and make your decisions. We are now about to hear opening statements from each team of attorneys as we begin this case. An opening statement should be helpful to you in understanding the case, as the lawyers will present it from their own point of view. Listen carefully to these remarks, for they should preview the case and how it will be presented today. Do you have any questions? If there are no questions, then we will proceed. Are the plaintiffs ready to present your opening statements?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor, we are.
All right, go ahead.
Permission to approach the bench.
I'm sorry, speak up.
Permission to approach the bench.
Yes, go ahead.
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, may it please the court, today we've come to discuss the tragic tale of an innocent boy whose life was forever tainted by the neglect of others. On August 6, 2010, this boy, the plaintiff, Robbie Curtis, was playing with 4 of his friends in a cottonwood tree located on Central ISD property. In this tree, the victim and his friends played in a treehouse made by the defendant, John Carpenter. While playing in this treehouse, the victim, Robbie Curtis, then came in contact with an 8,000-volt uninsulated electrical wire owned by the defendant, the Billings Power Line Company. He then fell 40 feet, landing on his head. This horrific accident resulted in horrific injuries. Injuries that, as we will prove today, have changed the defendant's life forever. In the following few hours, this court will learn of the negligence of the school district, the failure of the Power Line Company to follow regulation, and the ignorance of John Carpenter. You will learn these things because they will be proven to you. And the victim, Robbie Curtis, whose life will be forever tainted as a result of these defendants' neglect, will get the $12,162,150 that he deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Let me make sure of the order here. School district?
Yes.
Power company? Homeowner? Power company. All right. And this is the order we prefer to go with. All right. Then, gentlemen of the Central Independent School District, are you ready to present your opening statements?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, may I approach stand?
Yes, you may.
May I appease the court?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, today the Board of Education of the school district finds itself involved in a liability case in which a negligent teenager suffered serious injuries in an electrical accident that occurred in a tree located on the far edge of the school district property. There is no way this accident could possibly have been foreseen by anyone, especially the school district, because of the extent of this teenager's negligence. There is also no way a school can be held responsible for any careless action of its students that occurred during the summer vacation. The fact that the tree is located on school property is completely irrelevant. The attractive nuisance that was placed in our tree without knowledge was created by a man who trespassed onto our property. Throw in the fact that we are not even responsible for maintaining the tree branches to a safe distance from the power lines, which is the sole responsibility of the power line companies, and there is no case that can be made against us. After you hear all of the testimony and evidence, I'm very confident that you will understand that the school district cannot be held responsible for any actions that occurred over the summer vacation, and it is not liable in any way for this unfortunate incident. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettit. Gentlemen, are you ready to present your opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor, may I approach the bench?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Dasky.
Your Honor, may I appease the court?
Go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Speak up.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'm John Dasky. My partners, Griffin Shaw and Nicholas Vegas, will be representing John Carpenter, the defendant. My client is the defendant here today because he rebuilt a tree house in the tree where Robbie Curtis suffered from the electrocution because of Billings Power Company power lines. This tree was built for the enjoyment of the kids and was just another way that John Carpenter has given back to his community for many years. You will find that the tree has long been climbed by the plaintiff's son, Robbie Curtis, his friends, and many others for many years. You will also find that that John Carpenter built the tree house in a very close proximity to the ground and nearly 30 feet away from the dangers of the power lines. And you also find that this tree was not on Mr. Carpenter's property, it was on the school's property, therefore it is their responsibility. Robbie Curtis ignored or was possibly unaware of the dangers of power lines when this accident occurred. It had nothing to do with the acts of John Carpenter, and he climbed far beyond the treehouse, up to around 35 to 40 feet. The school district should be responsibility for the safety of kids on its property, and they will state that they disagree with the building of the treehouse, even though that many platforms had been built in the tree over many years. They will also allow climbing in this specific tree during school hours and outside of school hours. Billings Power Line Company failed to warn Robbie Curtis of the dangers of power lines in this tree. They did not meet the standards for trimming the tree, and they also left one power line completely uninsulated, and this specific power line was the cause of injury to Robbie Curtis. During the testimony and evidence you see today, you will see that John Carpenter can be not held responsible for the actions of Robbie Curtis on that specific day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dasky. And finally, Mr. Foley or Mr. Rogers, are you ready to present your opening statements?
We're going to waive it until
You're ready to present your case?
Yes, sir.
All right,
Your Honor.
thank you. Again, guys, please make sure you speak loudly into those mics, okay? All right, then we are ready to present the plaintiff's case. Gentlemen, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Would it please the court to bring our first witness, Joe Curtis, to the stand?
Joe Curtis?
Yes, sir.
Joe Curtis to the stand, please. You have a mic up there? Come on up to here. The worst thing you can do is fall and hurt yourself, and then Coach Oliver will kill you. So you need to be very careful, because this is always a problem. Also, the thing right there is on rollers. Don't lean against it, or it will fall over. Get on top of that microphone, okay? And proceed.
Please state your name.
Joe Curtis,
When and where were you born?
March 21st, 1964, in Phoenix, Arizona.
Mr. Curtis, where did you attend college?
University of Montana.
And after the University of Montana, where did you move to?
I stayed in Billings, Montana.
Billings, Montana. Are you married, Mr. Curtis?
Yes, to Mary Curtis.
Do you have kids?
Yes, I have 3 children.
What are their names and ages?
Alex was born January 12th, 1998. My son Robbie was born June 2nd, 1994, and my daughter Elizabeth was born December 4th, 2002.
So, will you please tell me, elaborate on your son, Robbie?
Robbie's a very athletic kid. He's always been one of the top in his class. He's a good kid. He likes to hang around with his friends while me and my wife are at work. Both my wife and I work long hours during the day, so he's oftentimes on his own with his friends.
So you would say that Robbie is very active? Kid?
Yes, yes.
Generally a happy kid as well?
Oh yeah, yep. Loves hanging out with his friends, playing sports. Big football player.
What is your relationship with Robbie?
Robbie and I are very close. Like I said, I'm a very busy man, but when I come home, we hang out, play catch. We're very close.
So y'all two enjoy playing catch and playing sports together?
Yes.
Will you tell me what happened on the day of August 6th, 2010?
Well, I was at work. I'm a commercial truck driver. Robbie was playing with his friends on the school district's campus and was climbing a tree in a tree house and was electrocuted and fell and suffered severe injuries.
So you say he suffered severe injuries. Could you give me some specifics on those injuries, please?
Yes, he lost part of his arm, lost his pinky finger. He also suffered post-traumatic stress disorder. So,
And this was all due to the electrocution and from falling from the treehouse, correct?
yes, the 8,000 volts.
Was he hospitalized after this incident?
Counsel, approach the bench. One from each of you, please. One from each of you is fine. Cover your mic. So you can go back to the podium and just wait till I get done, okay? Yeah, go ahead. Stay there. I'm going to go ahead and let you proceed, but at the same time, we're getting ready to have the pledge, so I'll stop you again, so just be aware of that. Go ahead.
So you were saying that he was hospitalized?
Yes.
And he's been released from the hospital since. Is he continuing medical treatment?
Yes, he is. He's still receiving medical treatment to this day and will probably for the rest of his life.
And have there been any behavioral changes in Robbie's attitude?
I mean, just after suffering all the injuries, I mean, he can't do what he normally does by playing sports. Just severe stress.
So has he been receiving psychiatric care as
Yes,
well?
yes, he has. That's part of the medical bills that we're having to pay for right now.
So after this injury, is he spending as much time hanging out with friends, or is his social life like it was before?
It's absolutely not the way it was before. I think he's definitely changed since the accident, just not living the same life. He still enjoys hanging out with his friends, but not on the level that he used to. He spends a lot of time at home.
All right, let's stop and wait for the pledge. You can go to your table. Was that a moral victory?
This presentation is brought to you by HPTV. If you or someone you know would like to sponsor this unique TV station, please email Mrs. Kelly Snowden at snowdeck@hpasd.org. And from all of us here at HPTV, we thank you for watching.
So just to retouch on a subject, he has not been as social as he once was before, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Repetition.
Normally, I would agree with you, and that's correct, but since we had a little break, he's just reiterating. So I'm going to allow it this time. And since he interrupted you, say it one more time.
Like I said before, he hasn't been as social as he once was, correct?
Yeah, not to the extent that it used to be, yes.
So your family has suffered a lot of trauma through this incident, correct?
Yes, yeah, a lot.
Do you believe that this accident could have been prevented?
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah. There was a lot of precautions that weren't taken care of.
In what ways?
The power line company, the school not taking the proper precautions with signs and such, and also the neighbor who built the treehouse.
Mr. Curtis, could you remind me one more time what your day job is?
I'm a commercial truck driver.
And would you mind telling the court, if you don't mind, what your salary is?
$32,000 a year.
$32,000 a year, okay. And that's not much to support a family of 5, correct?
Objection,
Correct.
Your Honor. Relevance.
I'll sustain it and ask your next question.
So money has been an issue, correct?
Yes, that's why my wife and I both work.
And with money being an issue previously, how do you plan on paying all of these medical bills, the hundreds of thousands of dollars worth?
It's very difficult. It's a very difficult thing to do. We're more busy now than we used to be, and it's harder to spend time with our children now, trying to pay for all these bills.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Cross-examine.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can we turn up my mic just a little bit? Thank you.
That's true. Your Honor, may I first stand?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Curtis, will you please say your name?
Joe Curtis,
How old are you?
48 years
Objection,
old.
repetition.
It's going to happen, so I might as well let it go.
Where did you attend college?
I have this funny feeling he wasn't here that day. Go ahead.
Where did you attend college?
University of Montana.
And did you finish school and get a degree?
No, I didn't.
Why is this?
I played baseball there, and I was forced to drop out after my grades suffered.
Okay, in your bio you said you let social events become a priority in your life. Is this true?
To an extent.
Okay. Now, when you say social events, do you mean college parties?
Objection, leading the witness.
Cross-examine can lead the witness. Overruled. Proceed.
So, when you say social events, do you mean college parties?
No, I'm referring to baseball games and baseball events, baseball gatherings.
You played on the team,
Correct.
so that would be more of an athletic sport.
He told you what he said.
Okay. All right. So since you flunked out, it's safe to assume that you did not work hard in school?
Objection. Calling for a conclusion.
Since it's referring to himself personally, I'm going to allow it. Objection overruled. Continue.
Will you please repeat the question?
So since you flunked out of school, it's safe to say that you did not work hard in school?
Objection, Your Honor, he's badgering the witness.
Overruled, not badgering. Go ahead. But I would like to ask, did you say you flunked out or dropped out?
In your bio, it says you flunked out.
Did you flunk out or drop out?
He was asking our witness.
Flunked out.
Let's go. Move on.
So after you flunked out of school, where did you begin to work?
Construction.
Okay, did this construction company pay you well?
About the same as what I'm getting right now.
Okay. So, now you also said in your bio you had just gotten married and your wife was also working full time?
Yes, as a nurse.
Okay, she was a nurse. Okay. So, with all due respect, sir, is it fair to say that your family was struggling financially?
Yes.
Okay. And is it true that you and your wife both worked long hours during the day during the early childhood of your first child, Robbie?
Yes, to support our family.
Okay. So did Robbie get the opportunity to grow up in a stable home environment around his parents?
Not as much as we would have liked to, but we did spend lots of time with him once we got home at night.
Okay. So how would you describe your relationship with your son, Robbie?
Very close. Before the accident, we'd always play sports together. Me being a Division I athlete for a time, we were very active. Got his athletic ability from me, so
Right.
spent a lot of time together
Right.
in that regard.
Okay, so I assume you got home from work pretty late since you say you worked long hours, correct?
6:37.
Okay, so when would you find time to play these sports with Robbie?
At night.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So you also said that Robbie works for you in the summer, is that correct?
Will you repeat the question?
You said that Robbie works for you in the summer, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, are you asking off of testimony?
No, it's in the deposition that Robbie worked for his father.
He mentioned in his statement to the police that he did. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm assuming Robbie also worked regular hours, 9 to 5 on weekdays?
Objection, assuming facts not found in the evidence.
I'm going to sustain it. Either rephrase the question or move on.
Can I talk to my counsel?
I can't hear you.
May I consult with my counsel?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach the stand?
Beg your pardon?
May I approach the stand?
We're not done.
Your Honor, can we approach the stand?
Can you approach the bench? Yes, they get to as well. So, what do you? Someone? Let's go. Let's go. One of you. Mr. Pettit, are you ready? There we go.
Okay, so in Mr. Williams, one of the teachers at the school's deposition, he stated that him and other workers at the school.
But we haven't had Mr.
Okay,
Williams up to
okay.
the stand yet, so none
Okay.
of that has been discussed.
Okay, well, it has been said before that your son Robbie works for you in the summer. Is this true?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
As a commercial truck driver, no.
Okay.
He works for me on the side mowing lawns.
Okay. Well, can I ask why he was not working for you at 3:45 in the afternoon on a Monday, August 6th, the day of the accident?
We don't work on Mondays.
All right. Is it normal for kids Robbie's age to partake in illegal substances such as drugs or alcohol?
Is it?
Objection, is this relevant?
Has this been established?
I'm asking him, is it normal for kids Robbie's age to partake in illegal substances such...
And what was your objection?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained. Next question.
As a father, have you ever heard of teenage kids running around doing illegal substances?
Objection, is this relevant?
Relevancy, I'm going to sustain that as well.
Okay. That's fine. Have you ever caught Robbie using illegal substances such as drugs or alcohol?
Objection, is this relevant?
Overruled. That's about himself personally. Go ahead.
Restate the question.
Have you ever caught Robbie using illegal substances such as drugs or alcohol?
Objection, ambiguous question.
Gentlemen, relax. Drink some more coffee.
Do you need the question again?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
You've never found your son.
He stated he
Okay.
had.
Okay, that's
yes,
fine.
I already said no.
That's fine. Why do you think there were 4 high school students hanging out in a treehouse in the middle of the summer? Doesn't that seem like a kind of childish thing to do?
Objection, opinion, testimony by non-expert.
Overruled. Answer the question.
We live in Billings, Montana. There's not too much to do over the summer, sir.
Okay.
Move on.
Do you think there's any possible way the kids, besides Robbie, could have been under the influence at the time of the accident?
No. There's absolutely no way.
Okay. Now, in your bio, you also said that Robbie spent a lot of time with his friends Ronnie Jacobs, Tommy Johnson, and Becky Crawford. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why are Tommy and Ronnie not here to testify today?
I have no idea.
He wouldn't have knowledge of that. That's the attorneys.
Okay.
Next question.
Have you ever seen Tommy or Ronnie under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
Asked and answered. Move on.
Okay. What would Robbie and his friends usually do in their free time?
Play sports, run around, hang out, and I don't know.
Climb trees in Billings, Montana?
Yes.
Okay, so how would you describe Robbie's climbing skills?
Great. I mean, he's very athletic. I wouldn't be surprised if he's a great climber.
So you've seen Robbie climb trees before?
Once or twice.
So okay. Did you ever warn Robbie about the potential dangers of climbing trees?
Yes.
You did. So, okay, yeah, that's fine. So your son knew about the dangers of climbing trees, yet climbed to an extreme height of 40 feet and fell out and had these unfortunate injuries happen to him
He fell out of the tree because he was electrocuted.
from 40 feet.
Right.
Right. Did you ever warn your son about climbing too high?
I already answered that question.
Objection, repetition.
Sustained. Move on.
Did you know there were any power lines in your community?
I would hope so. They got electricity. He knows.
Okay, I was just making sure.
Yeah.
So you were aware of some sort of electrical wire being present near the trees in your neighborhood?
Not to where it would create a danger for my son to climb trees.
I don't think that was the question.
Yeah,
I will
Question
repeat
was,
the question.
Were you aware there were power lines in the area?
Oh, yes, of course.
near the trees.
In the area, yes.
Okay. So, in your deposition, you stated that you had never thought the power lines might have represent a potential danger to a potential threat to the lives of your children. Now, is this because the power lines were located 40 feet in the air?
Objection, assuming facts not found in the evidence.
I'm going to sustain it. Move on.
Is it safe to say you never warned your son about the power lines? because
Objection,
of
repetition.
He's already answered that.
Okay. All right. Okay. May I ask why you state the power lines had never seemed to pose a threat in your deposition, but now you're blaming others for never warning you of this threat when you knew the power lines did in fact
Objection,
exist?
argumentative question.
Overruled. Now, let him ask the question. Ask it again.
Why did you state the power lines never seemed to pose as a threat in your deposition, but now you're blaming others for never warning you of this threat when you knew that the power lines did in fact exist?
I knew they exist. I didn't realize they were that close to the trees, though, to where they would cause a potential danger.
Do you know how high these power lines were?
40 feet.
Do you know how high the treehouse was off the ground?
Not specifically, no.
It was 6 feet off the ground. This means that your son Robbie climbed between an extra 35 and 40 feet up in the tree to come in contact with this power line. And the school board and I cannot simply comprehend how we can be held responsible for the actions of this 15-year-old boy climbing a tree.
Mr. Pettit, this is not a closing statement. You
Okay.
can ask a question.
Okay, okay.
Get to it.
So that you knew the treehouse was 6 feet off the ground.
Objection, drawing conclusion.
Objection, repetition.
Overruled.
It's a fact.
Yes.
And now you also know that the power lines are 40 feet in the air.
Yes.
You've asked
No
this
further
multiple times.
questions.
All right, thank you. Cross-examine?
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach stand?
Yes, if you'll talk loud, I'll love you to death.
Your Honor, may it please the court?
Yes, go ahead.
Please state your name.
Okay, I'm gonna intervene here, and we talked about this. We know everybody's name, we know how old they are, we know where their address is, we know where they work. So let's move on.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Curtis, would you consider yourself a family man?
When I'm home, yes.
And you say you're home late at night, correct?
6:37.
What would you say that your son, Robbie Curtis's time to go to bed is?
10 o'clock, 10:30.
So you wouldn't have a lot of time with your son to talk as much as you want,
I would not have a lot of time.
correct?
3 hours, 3.5 hours. I think that's a reasonable amount of time.
All right, and as you talk to him, does he tell you about what he does during the day and after school?
Somewhat, yeah. We mainly talk about school and sports, but we talk about what he does in his free time occasionally.
And has he ever mentioned climbing a tree or going to that tree house?
Sorry, will you repeat that?
Has he ever mentioned climbing a tree or going to the tree house?
Yes, his friends tend to do that sometimes.
So it's not his first time going to the tree house.
We
It is
re-
not his first time going to the tree house.
No, he's been there. He's been there before.
So you and your wife, while at work, you'll leave your son with their friends, your friends or neighbors, until you got home from work.
Or at daycare, yes. Not Robbie, the younger children, but yes, Robbie hangs out around with the neighbors and children around the area.
And how long have you been doing this, of leaving Robbie at neighbors or your sons and daughter at daycare?
How long have I been doing this?
Yes.
My professional career.
So you can say that you were never really there for them as they grew up, but part-time.
Objection, drawing conclusion.
No, I'll allow it. Overruled. Answer the question.
Yeah, I mean, I've had to work long hours to support my family my entire professional career. So yes, I do have to work long hours.
All right. Has Robbie ever told you of his struggles during school?
No, nothing too bad, no.
And you didn't notice any of his grades are lower? Any of his classes?
Nothing out of the ordinary, no.
Bless you. Go ahead.
So then he wouldn't talk to you about school at home? He would not talk to you about school at home or about him and learning?
Objection, ambiguous
you've-
question.
Yeah.
Not sure. We're not sure.
Overruled.
You've already asked this, but yeah.
We've established, I think we have established that the communication time-wise available to Robbie from his parents was limited at times because of their work. Am I right? All right. Next question.
Yes, Your Honor. That treehouse, is it true that you have built the treehouse before? You built the platform before?
That I have built one?
The platform before.
No.
During the incident, how much do you know of what happened during the incident of him climbing up?
How much do I know about it?
Yes.
Stuff I've heard. I work full time, like I said. But like I said, he was climbing up the tree and was electrocuted.
Also, you stated that when he was injured, he was actually playing inside the treehouse and in the tree.
Yes, he was in the tree.
Do you realize that your son climbed 40 feet into the tree, which is 30 feet above the treehouse where he was meant to be played?
This has already been answered, yes.
You also stated that you've seen your son climb trees before. How high have you climbed a tree around you? Or
How high have I climbed a tree?
has he climbed a tree since you've seen him?
I don't know.
Objection,
Pretty-
lack of personal knowledge.
Yeah.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
I don't know. I guess a pretty decent height. I wasn't really measuring it.
Decent height, 20 feet, 30 feet.
30, 40 feet, I guess. I mean, he can climb trees pretty well.
I thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you. And then cross-examine. Mr. Foley.
Permission to approach the bench, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Permission to approach the
Yes,
bench.
go
Your
ahead.
Honor. All right. Now, Mr. Curtis, is it correct that you are currently employed as a commercial truck driver?
Yes,
And, sorry, can you repeat, I understand you did this before, how much you make a year?
32,000.
So, the $12 million that you were asking for this trial would be considered a high amount of money for you, correct?
Yes,
And I understand that the amount of money, it's mainly to rehabilitate your son Robbie, correct?
yes. Medical bills are very expensive.
Okay, and I saw that on the doctor's medical the entire sum of the entire thing, that the total cost for Robbie's direct injuries would be about $500,000, $540,000.
Objection, lack of
Overruled.
evidence.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Is that still a large amount of money for you?
The $500,000.
The $500,000.
In what context are you asking
Yeah.
the question?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to say that that's still a large amount of money, but that's not nearly as big as $12 million
For him personally?
for him personally.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Yes.
Okay. So you would probably have to say that. Sorry, you mentioned that you also flunked out of high school, correct?
It was college, actually.
College. Okay. Alrighty. So at least we have a higher learning about there. Okay. So let me do a little math for you, Mr. Curtis. After the medical bills, you'll roughly have about $11.5 million left over. What would you do with that amount of money after this?
Well, that's mainly going towards my son for the rest of his life because it affects the way he lives the rest of his life. He was not going to be able to work his normal jobs.
Okay. Now, how would you describe your son's personality?
Very outgoing, very athletic.
Okay. Now, how would you describe his intellectuality?
Pretty smart.
Okay.
Pretty smart kid.
So you believe he has normal learning abilities, correct?
Yeah, relatively, yes.
Okay. Now, have you ever, I understand that since you're a commercial truck driver, have you ever had to transport electrical equipment before?
Transport what?
Electrical equipment.
Electrical equipment?
Have I?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
He would know if he transported electrical equipment before.
He's just transporting for a
Overruled.
company.
No, I haven't. Nope.
So, you've never been employed in a profession that involved electricity, correct?
Correct.
So, that would indicate that you have no professional experience in the construction, maintenance of commercial power lines?
I was in construction and now I'm in commercial driving.
Okay, but in terms of power lines, electricity, you've never really dealt with those before? Okay. In your sworn statement, you claim that my client was negligent due to the failure to route power lines properly. Is that correct, Mr. Curtis?
Will you repeat the question?
In your sworn statement, you claimed that my client was negligent due to the failure to route power lines properly. Is that correct, Mr. Curtis?
Yes.
Okay, you also mentioned the failure to place warning signs in the vicinity of the lines, and that the power line company should have never placed an uninsulated high voltage line near a school. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, are you aware that the uninsulated power lines were roughly 7 feet above the low-hanging power lines?
I was not aware.
Okay, now, earlier you shared with the court that you have, with the previous statement said that you made these statements that my client did not route those power lines correctly, did not show any types of signs or any warnings of that matter. What leads you to make these claims on this basis?
The power lines were running through the trees.
But you have no professional knowledge of this, correct? You're not an expert in electricity or in the field of any kind of terms of power maintenance, correct?
I think he asked. I think he's answered that, and the answer was no. He's not an expert.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you care to redirect?
No, Your Honor, we do not.
All right, then you may step down. Okay, we're going to take literally only 5 minutes. We will take a quick break, and we'll begin in 5 minutes.
This presentation is brought to you by HPTV. If you or someone you know would like to sponsor this unique TV station, please email Mrs. Kelly Snowder at snowdeck@hpasd.org. And from all of us here at HPTV, we thank you for watching.
Okay, jury members, just so you don't get confused, because it's very easy for you to be confused. When you hear the attorneys refer to a deposition, okay, you also may hear them say the statement to the police. Okay, for purposes of this trial, that's one and the same, okay? And it's like a written statement to the police that a particular witness made, okay? It is not testimony here in the trial, but it's a statement that was made to the police. Does everybody understand that? Okay, all right. Mr. Fitzpatrick, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, we would like to call Robbie Curtis to the stand.
Robbie Curtis to the stand.
Yes, sir. Permission to approach the podium.
I'm sorry?
Permission to approach the podium.
Please, go ahead.
Objection.
Because I've made it.
Objection.
Oh, yes. But I've made it very clear to everyone. It's not.
Yeah. Robbie, objection. Leading the witness.
Abnormal. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Go.
Someone get this on video.
All right, here we go.
Sir, could you please state your name?
Robbie Curtis,
And when and where were you born?
June 2nd, 1994 in Billings, Montana.
Fantastic. Robbie, what are your parents' names?
Joe Curtis and Mary Curtis.
Do you have any siblings?
Yes, sir.
Oh, could you tell us their names and ages?
I have a younger brother named Alex, who's 12 right now, and he's born on January 12th, 1998. And I have a younger sister named Elizabeth, and she was born on December 4th, 2002.
Were you especially close with any of your siblings?
Particularly Alex, because we're relatively close in age, and both loved playing outdoors.
What are some of the things you would do together?
Let's see, throw the football and baseball, tag, just regular games that normal kids would play.
All right, it sounds like you like being active. Did you play any sports?
Yes, sir, I do.
Could you elaborate on that? Which ones did you play?
Well, before the injury, I used to play football and basketball, and as well as baseball and soccer.
Would you say you were good at these sports?
Yes, sir.
All right, Robbie, where did you attend school?
Could you repeat the question?
Where did you attend school?
Central High School.
And if you had to compare yourself to your classmates, would you say, where would you rank athletically?
Towards the top.
So, let's say there's a game on the playground. Would you be picked first for, sports teams and such?
Usually, if not first, close to it.
Awesome. Robbie, playing all these sports, you must have had a lot of friends. Could you elaborate on what you would do with your friends?
Well, yes. I had two really close friends named Ronnie Jacobs and Tommy Johnson who lived in the surrounding area. We love to stay active and go outside and play, so we'd play a lot of sports together and grew up doing that.
What would you do with your friends on a typical weekend day?
On a weekend day?
Yes, sir.
During the day, we'd normally just go outside and be active, play sports, and towards the night when you couldn't really play outside, we'd usually go try to find something fun to do in Billings, Montana. So we'd go see a movie or bowling or something along those lines.
Robbie, were you with your friends on August 6, 2010?
I was.
And Robbie, could you tell us what you did that day on August 6, 2010?
On August 6, 2010, earlier in the day, I was playing with Tommy and Ronnie, and as well as Becky Crawford and her friend, and we were playing softball earlier in the day. And then at about 3:20 or 3:25 p.m., we climbed into a tree house that was on the corner of the school's property, and we talked in the tree house for a while, and then began climbing the tree.
Was there anything unusual about the tree that day?
Not initially, but once I started climbing, I did notice there were power lines.
All right, could you tell us, could you elaborate more on what happened that day?
Well, after we were done talking, all of us just began climbing the tree, and so I climbed a little bit higher than everyone else, and I noticed a couple of power lines, and as I continued to go up, I stopped and then reached for another branch, and then don't remember anything after that.
Okay, so do you remember anything from the day? What happened immediately after you reached up for that last branch?
During that day?
Yes.
No, sir.
All right. So, Robbie, after August 6, 2010, did you sustain any injuries?
Yes, sir, I did.
Could you elaborate on those injuries?
Well, I had my pinky finger on my left hand amputated. I had my right arm from the elbow down amputated. I have a significant scar on my back, lots of scarring all over my legs, and I suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder.
How have these injuries affected your everyday life after the accident?
It's greatly affected it. I've always loved to be in the outdoors and active, but I can no longer do anything that I love anymore because my injuries hold me back. And then as far as a mental standpoint, I've become more introverted and very insecure about my injuries and around my friends, so I tend not to be with them as much.
So, Robbie, this may seem like an insensitive question, but would you consider power lines dangerous?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Would he consider power lines dangerous?
Yes, I would.
So, something dangerous being on the school's property. Was there any warning given to you?
I did not see any signs, or no teacher, policeman, or anyone else ever told me a warning.
So, no one of authority made any effort to warn you about the potential danger in climbing the tree?
There was zero effort made to me.
So, Robbie, are you worried about your future?
I'm very worried.
Could you elaborate on that?
Well, I've been told that it'll be very difficult for me to get a job in my future, and I'll have a tough time working on a career. So it's going to be hard for me to fund the rest of my life.
Robbie, earlier you said you loved playing sports. What's your athletic situation now as a result of the injury?
Athletic situation?
Yes, sir.
There is none. I can't play.
And how does that make you feel?
Terrible. I mean, it's what I love to do, and I can't do it anymore.
Robbie, if someone had warned you about these power lines, do you think you would have climbed that tree?
If there's some sort of warning at all, I would not have climbed that tree.
So you're telling me that if anyone had made any effort, this terrible accident could have been avoided?
It should have been avoided, yes.
Thank you, Robbie. No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Cross-examine?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. May I approach the stand?
Yes, you may.
May I please court?
Yes, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Robbie, are you aware that you trespassed on school property on August 6, 2010?
I was not aware, but there was school going on that day.
Robbie, that was in the summer.
I know, summer school.
We don't hold summer school at Central High School.
I can't understand you.
We don't hold summer school at Central High School.
You do hold summer school at Central High School.
Okay. And so, what time did the accident occur on August 6th?
Roughly 3:30 to 3:40.
3:30 to 3:40. Okay. And you previously stated that you saw power lines as you were climbing, and you kept climbing?
I saw multiple small power lines running through the tree, but I didn't think much of them.
Okay. And you also knew that power lines were dangerous?
Well, I've heard they're dangerous, but there was no warning that told me that those in particular were dangerous.
But you had an idea that power lines were dangerous?
I've had a brief
Objection,
idea.
opinion by non-expert witness.
Overruled.
I know that power lines are in fact dangerous, yes, but I
Okay.
made an effort not to touch those.
Okay, but you kept climbing, and you saw them and knew they were dangerous. Sorry, I just want to clarify. Okay, what is the last thing you remember from that day?
The last thing I remember from that day?
Yes, sir.
Well, I was climbing the tree, and I remember reaching up to grab another branch, and that's it.
Okay. What were you and your friends doing before you climbed to the tree?
Well, before we started actually climbing, we were
Actually
just sitting
climbing.
in the tree house
Just sitting in the treehouse?
and talking for about 10 minutes.
Talking for 10 minutes in a treehouse? And you were 15 at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Robbie, have you ever engaged in illegal activity like drinking alcohol or doing drugs?
I've never even thought about doing any of those.
Okay. Who was in the treehouse with you while you were talking?
Let's see. There's Becky Crawford, Tommy Johnson, and Ronnie Jacobs, as well as one of Becky's friends.
Okay. Do you have any idea who made a dare to the boys to see how high they could climb?
I don't. Actually, until recently, I was unaware that there was actually a dare.
Okay, so it could have been Becky Crawford.
Objection,
I have no
conclusion.
I'm sorry.
Objection, drawing conclusions.
Let's rephrase the question.
Okay. So you don't have any idea who could have asked the boys to dare, so theoretically it could have been Becky Crawford.
Theoretically, it could have been any of the other 4 people in the
Okay.
treehouse.
Okay.
Yes.
What is your relationship with Becky Crawford?
She's a good friend.
Good friend. Have you ever been more than friends?
No, sir.
Never had any romantic feelings towards Becky Crawford?
No, sir.
Objection to relevance.
Let's move on. Go ahead.
Okay. From your perspective, do you and your father have a good relationship?
I believe so, yes.
So is it hard at times to have a father who's not always there for you because he's working long hours?
Is it hard to have fun?
Is it hard at times?
Oh, at times, okay.
Just in your life?
I mean, occasionally, sometimes just because he works long hours, but I see him most nights at about 6:30 or 7, so we spend a good amount of time together.
Okay. Robbie, is it true that you originally climbed into the cottonwood tree on August 6, 2010, with the sole intention of just getting in the treehouse?
No, we were discussing climbing the tree. We discussed climbing the tree before that, but we all just wanted to sit in the treehouse at first.
So you knew you were going to climb the tree. Treehouse wasn't an issue.
Well, there's an understanding that I was going to climb the tree.
Okay. And are you aware that the power line you came in contact with is roughly 30 feet higher than the top of the treehouse?
I wasn't aware there was 30. I knew it was very high. I just didn't notice.
Okay,
that
well,
exact
Your
height.
Honor, I'd like to answer it into evidence, Defense Exhibit T.
And what is it?
It is a diagram showing where the treehouse is, power line.
Okay, all right, any objections?
Could we view the evidence first?
Of course you may, Mr. Fletcher. Excuse me, remember me? Hi. Are we done? In, where is it misleading? I think don't be ugly. Can you come to an agreement or not?
Dismiss it.
Here, I have a pen. Oh, please be careful. While you're doing that, I will take roll. Armand? We are in third period right now.
We are. Oh, wait.
Are we in third period?
What time is it right now? It's
Are we in third period? Armand? What? Thank you. TJ, same thing. Austin? Benjamin? Jackson? Catherine? Connor? Jury? Case? Hayden? Parker? Brittany? David? Case? Kyle? Harrison? Harrison, I'm going to kill him. Who just walked in? Matthew. Kelson.
I have a copy. Do you need
Kelson.
a copy?
Emma. Emma. Arthur Robert Daniel III. Thank you for your email. I'm working on it. Where have you been? What time schedule are you on? Sarah. Really? Rigsy. Sanders. Schuler. Thomas. Williams. Williams. He's on the jury. Kennedy. Willie. Willie. Bedford. Bedford. What is on your head? Hayden? Hayden, will you run upstairs to my classroom and see if you see any of these little children? Thank you so much. There? Oh, well, you can have your co-counsel hold it up while you're referring to it and so forth. Okay, are we ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay. So we just established that the power line you came in contact with was not 28 to 34 feet higher than the treehouse, but in fact 23 to 28 feet higher than the treehouse. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you could clearly say that the treehouse isn't the issue. It may have been the reason you got in the tree, but it was not the reason you climbed to that absurd height. You climbed that height solely on your own.
I mean, I like climbing trees. Yes, I climbed on my own will.
Okay. So the treehouse being 6 feet off the ground was not an invitation for you to climb 30 feet high.
Well, I mean, it was one of the reasons we went to the tree. It was just a place to hang out and enjoy ourselves, and while we're at the tree, we went ahead and climbed.
All right. Does a tree existing automatically invite people to come climb to its top?
I'm unaware of the city limit rules and regulations.
I mean, if you see a tree, do you think to yourself, I can go climb that tree?
Objection, ambiguous question.
No, I'm going to allow it. Go ahead.
If I see a tree, yes, I feel like I can go climb it.
Okay. So you're saying that the treehouse didn't make you climb 35 feet. The tree being on school property clearly could not have any impression on you to make you climb that high. So you climbed to a dangerous height on your own.
Yes, because I didn't believe there was any danger.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes.
Your Honor. May I approach the stand?
Yes, you may.
Let's do this.
Hats off, guys.
Ben.
Hats off.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You are an active student of Central High School, correct?
I am, in fact, an active student at Central High School.
And how well do you say?
Bring the mic down towards you, please. There you go.
And how well do you say you do in school, grade-wise?
Grade-wise, how did I do in school? Before the accident, mostly B's and C's. Didn't fail classes.
And you are a very competitive sportsman?
I'm very competitive in athletics, yes.
When you were climbing the tree August 6, 2010, and as you were up there, you noticed that Becky turned around, and you didn't think something was wrong with that?
Objection, assuming facts not found in the evidence.
I'm going to sustain the objection. So those facts have not, Becky has not been up to testify yet either. So.
Yes, Your Honor. When your friends dared you to climb in the tree, and when you accepted it there, what were you thinking as you were going up?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of the question.
When your friends dared you to climb the tree, and as you were climbing the tree, what were you thinking as you were going up?
What was I thinking as I was going up?
What were you thinking? What was going on in your mind as you were going up the tree?
Looking back on it, I'm not really sure. I was just climbing the tree for fun, so I don't really know. There wasn't anything that stands out in my mind.
And you had no thought of maybe this is too high or I'm going too high?
Objection. Question calling for narrative answer.
I'm sorry?
Question calling for narrative answer.
Overruled. Go ahead.
No, I didn't think it was too high because I have the ability to climb that high and stay safe.
And you have climbed this certain tree before August 6th, the incident?
I have climbed that certain tree, yes.
How many times per se do you say you've climbed it before?
I have no idea. Multiple.
Multiple times. So you say you have climbed it before John Carpenter rebuilt it?
Did I climb before Joe Carpenter rebuilt it?
Yes.
Yes, I climbed before he rebuilt it, yeah.
So him rebuilding it.
Objection.
You did that on purpose.
So him rebuilding it and.
Objection.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, I'm going to kill you. Ask the question again and then state your objection. Ask the question again.
So John Carpenter rebuilding that tree house really had nothing to do with you keep climbing up. Are you climbing the tree at all?
Objection, you are off the stand.
I know that. Thank you.
The tree house is the reason we went to the tree to begin with, because it was a place to hang out and have fun, and then just naturally as we were in the tree house, we climbed the tree.
So you would hang out at the tree house before he rebuilt it before?
We would not hang out. Wait, can
you
you
would
rephrase
hang
that?
out at the tree house before he rebuilt it?
Of course we didn't hang out at the tree house. He didn't build it yet. I don't know what you're asking. I didn't. Don't give me that.
Repeat the question.
Before John Carpenter rebuilt the tree house, you would hang out there.
At the tree. Okay, occasionally we would, yes.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, cross-examine.
Your Honor, may I approach the stand?
Yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick, would you come here, please?
Yes, sir. There I go. All right.
That's right.
Okay. Can you describe to me your relationship with your father?
I feel like we have a strong relationship.
I think we've asked and answered that. Let's move on.
Oh, okay. How did you do academically in school?
Objection.
We've
We.
asked and
I
answered
understand
that.
that you've been saying I'm reinstating. Okay. All right. Now, in your father's statement to the police, actually, hold that. Can Your Honor, may I submit something into evidence, please?
What is it?
It was Mr. Curtis's statement to the police. I just want Robbie to read it out loud, one of the lines.
Could I view the evidence, please?
Well, you have a copy of it.
I just want to make sure it hasn't been.
You have a copy of it. I want to see it.
Okay.
What are you referring to? On that.
Objection, forcing our witness to read words that aren't his.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, chill. Okay, that's fine. I don't think you need to enter it into evidence, okay? This was a statement to police, and you want, by his father, and you want him to refer to something on it. Is that correct? Okay, and there's nothing wrong with that being done, and it does not need to be turned in as evidence, so I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Could you show me where from where you're reading, just so I could follow along? Thank you. Go ahead.
Get a mic.
Your Honor, are we not putting words in the witness's mouth?
No, not on this particular subject. We're not. We're just repeating something that.
Okay. Can you read to me the line that is highlighted, the sentence that is highlighted? This is his father's statement to the police.
All right, my father claimed that he has also sustained a post-traumatic stress disorder result.
And he is Ms. Robbie Curtis.
Thank you. All right. Robbie Curtis, also sustained a post-traumatic stress disorder resulting in continuing physical and mental adjustment problems, compounding a pre-existing learning disability.
Okay, and now you said you had a very good relationship with your father?
Yes.
All right, so if he knew you really well, and you also mentioned before, and I believe with the school district's one, that you were actually a very good student, or pretty average student, but you did well, right?
I'd say more like an average student.
More like, that's different from what you originally said, which you said you made pretty good grades. But my main
I never
thing
said
is,
that.
No, I believe the witness stated he made B's and C's.
yeah, that was right there, but
No,
with-
but when he was
I said
asked
that.
that on, I got it, gentlemen,
Okay,
relax.
no, I'm not
When
relaxed.
he was asked earlier what he did in school prior to the accident, he said B's and C's.
Okay, I apologize for that. All right, so B's and C's. Now, do you have what your father claimed to be or did you have a pre-existing learning disability, like your father stated?
Yes, I was tested for ADD.
Okay, and have you done anything about that? Is that all
I was
okay?
prescribed to Ritalin.
Okay, all right, just making sure about that. Okay,
And
so
this might be a good time to change to the other mic so I can hear you.
forgot about that.
Yeah.
Okay, alrighty now. So, I understand that you're heavily athletic, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so are you aware of the common perception of heavily athletic people and their intellectuality?
No, could you tell me?
Objection, not on the evidence. Hearsay.
I'm gonna relate this thing back. Gonna
I
hone it in.
reserve the right to disregard it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Enlighten me.
All right. So it's commonly known that there is a brute. It's a trope. It is something that is used in multiple mediums. That somebody that is heavily athletic is not the smartest.
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's move on.
All right. So, long story short, highly athletic people sometimes kind of are not the
Let's
most.
move on.
Okay. Alrighty. Sorry about that. So, would you consider yourself under this perception?
What perception? There is none because I threw it. I'm not allowing it.
I am take that back. All right. Okay. So, do you ever watch television?
Occasionally.
Objection, irrelevance.
Sustained.
Do you have a social network account?
Objection, irrelevance.
Sustained.
Do you listen to radio shows?
Objection, irrelevance.
Sustained. You're on a losing battle on this one.
I know. I'm dying here. Do you know what a PSA is? What? A PSA.
That's relevant.
A public service announcement.
Yes.
Are you aware of other public service announcements that are like, this is your brain on drugs, things that are about anti-alcohol, anti-drugs?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
I want to see where we're going. Go ahead.
I am aware of public service announcements. Yes, I know what they are.
Okay. Well, my client has made numerous PSAs and things like that. You might not have seen them because you didn't get to say that if you watch television, watch social network stuff, or listen to radio shows. But we do that anyway. With that in mind, I'm gonna switch topics now. Have you ever heard of the? Hold on. Let me say this. Prior to your accident, did you know what power lines did? What do they do? Or did you know?
Objection, ambiguous question.
Are you talking about what they do to people or what they're
No,
used
how
for?
they service
Power
in the
lines
community.
power things.
All right, that's clear enough. All right. You said in your statement to the police that you had never seen the power lines before, correct?
Well, I had not seen those in those particular tree. No, I had not.
But the power lines themselves and the tall power structures, you had seen those.
Yes, usually when you're around, a city, you see power lines here and there.
Okay. Now this might sound a little different, so I'm just bracing yourself. Mr. Curtis, do you know what a giraffe is?
Repeat that last word.
Do you know what a giraffe is? It's a type of animal, but have you ever seen one before?
A giraffe.
A giraffe.
Yes, I'm aware what a giraffe is.
Okay, so if you were in a public place like a park or, at a mall and you saw a giraffe, it would stick out to you, wouldn't it?
A little bit.
And what makes a giraffe different than most animals?
It's just slightly taller than the rest.
Okay, so when you see something that's slightly taller than the rest of things, it sticks out in your head, right?
Right.
All right, so the power lines, the entire power structures, which were roughly 50 feet tall, when you saw those, you said you'd never seen those before. So you'd never seen the 50 feet tall power structures before prior to you touching the wires?
I'd seen the big wooden structures, but I hadn't seen the
Keep in
lines
mind,
running through the tree.
It was not wooden. They're
or whatever they were.
Double circuit things.
Okay, but I think what he's trying to say, if you'd let him say it, is he has seen the structures before, but he was unaware of the power, and I may be wrong here, the power lines in the tree. Is that what you're trying to say?
That is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. All righty. Keep in mind these power lines are very, very large. They're bigger than 3 apples in terms of radius. But
Objection, opinion, testimony by non-expert.
All right. So did it ever occur to you that the power lines might be containing dangerous electricity?
Contagious?
I'm
sorry.
I am dying here in terms of perspiration. May I get a thing of water? I do not need an almond.
You should try being underneath these lights.
Okay. I apologize for that.
It's all right.
Totally cotton mouth there. All right. Okay, I'm going to re-ask that question. Did it ever occur to you that power lines might be carrying electricity?
It was my understanding that power lines do, in fact, carry electricity.
Okay, thank you. And now, with this in mind, and you saw the tall power structures, you still continued to climb the tree after Miss Crossford decided to climb down? I'm skipping a little bit. All right, I understand that you climbed the tree after Miss Crawford climbed down.
Objection,
correct?
assuming facts not found in evidence.
It's found in evidence.
She hasn't testified.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Did you continue to climb the tree after Miss Crawford climbed down, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so why did you continue to climb?
My own personal enjoyment.
So it's not that you were dared or anything like that. It was more that you just said, you know what? I'm going to climb a really tall tree, almost as tall as a 50-foot power structure that's right next to it.
It was 35.
Objection, hearsay.
Exaggeration.
Overruled. Move on.
Okay. Alrighty. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm done with the witness. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right.
You care to redirect?
No, sir.
All right. All right, gentlemen, I believe at this time we, through a prior agreement, we're going to, because of a family emergency, we're going to have the teacher with the school district come to the stand and be examined next, and then we'll come back to you with the plaintiff. Are we good with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are we good with that, gentlemen? All of you? Okay. All right. Then, Mr. Garza, I believe you are going to do the questioning. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Then call your witness, please.
I'd like to call Mr. Peter Williams to the stand.
All right.
Your Honor, may I approach the stand?
Yes. And please speak up.
If it may, please.
All right, proceed. Just so, this is a good way to confuse you, the jury, all right? Like I said, this is a little out of order, so right now, the school district is presenting one of their witnesses, so when we go, and they're directly examining, so when we go to cross-examining, what we will do is go back to the plaintiff and then back to these two defendants over there for this particular witness only, all right? I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Garza.
Mr. Williams, how old are you?
33.
Where are you from?
Emmitsburg, Maryland.
How long have you been teaching in Billups?
9
Billings,
years.
Excuse me. 9 years?
Yes.
And what kind of degree do you have?
I have a master's degree in special education.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to induct Mr. Williams as an expert in special education.
As an expert witness in special ed? Oh, all right, go ahead. Any objections? All right, go ahead.
What do you do professionally in Billings?
I am a special education teacher at Central High School.
Is it true that your brother was a special education student?
Yes, my brother has autism.
Are you close with your brother?
Yes, very close. My brother is my best friend. He's the whole reason why I really wanted to get into special education.
Is Robbie Curtis a special education student of yours?
Yes.
Was Robbie a student of yours prior to the accident?
No.
Can you please tell the court about Robbie as a student?
Okay, you know, Robbie has clearly suffered physical and mental setbacks from the accident. Because I didn't really know him before the accident, gauging how these setbacks have affected him has been very difficult for me. And you know, he's also missed over 60 days of school, so it's been hard to really form a good bond with him. So.
Did you have any knowledge of the tree house that was located on the school property before the accident occurred?
No.
To your knowledge, did any school employee have knowledge of the tree house that was located on the school property before the accident occurred?
No.
Did you have knowledge that children climbed the tree house was located on?
Yes, occasionally I would see elementary, middle school students climbing it, you know, before or after school.
Did you not report this behavior?
No, I didn't think it was out of the ordinary. You know, we, as kids, we all climb trees. I didn't think it was any big deal.
How high did you see kids climb?
About 8 or 9 feet at the most, maybe 10 feet.
And just to confirm, this seems safe?
Yes.
Did you ever see high school kids climb this tree?
No, that kind of behavior seems a bit childish to me.
That is all, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Garza. All right, then we will go to cross-exam. In fact, we're going to go in order here, so we will go with you all first, gentlemen.
Your Honor, may I approach stand?
Yes, you may.
Good morning, Mr. Williams.
Morning.
So before the accident, you have worked as a special education teacher.
Yes.
As an expert witness, what do you say ADD consists of? What are their symptoms?
Just.
Oh yeah.
not-
Objecting to relevancy. He never taught Robbie Curtis previous to.
No, in general, what are the symptoms?
okay.
Go ahead with the question.
Can you repeat the question, please?
What, in your expertise, do you believe ADD consists of? What are the symptoms?
The main thing, in my opinion, is just, a lack of being able to really focus and pay attention. Your mind wanders sometimes, and, it's hard to really stay focused at times.
So would you believe that Robbie, before the accident, had ADD from his lack of focus in school?
Objection, Your Honor. We've already established he didn't know Robbie before the accident.
I'm sorry, say it again.
We have already established that Mr. Williams did not know Robbie before the accident. It's in the deposition.
Did you, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. On the subject of your brother, you stated that you do help him when you were in school. You help him from and to school.
Are you talking about my brother?
Yes.
Yes.
And you would sacrifice either your weekends or parties or social events for your brother to assist him.
Absolutely.
This was after the accident, correct?
No, I'm talking about his prior life, his brother.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Okay. Were your parents ever? How long or how many times would you see your parents at home?
Well, like I said earlier in my biography, my parents split up when I was 10 years old, and we moved. I moved with my brother and my mother from Maryland to Laurel, Montana. So, I didn't, after that, I didn't really see my father very often. So, it was just kind of me, my mother, and my brother, Brian.
And would your mother work a lot?
I'm sorry, what?
And your mother, she worked a lot, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Where are you going with this?
I'm going through, as he protects his brother and sacrifices so much for his brother that the father did not.
I'll allow it. Go ahead. I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So your mother did work a lot, correct?
Yes.
So you were the main, as you were helping your brother. Did your brother take any special classes or have any special activities at school for him?
Yes, he was in the special education program at school.
So prior to having your brother as a disability person or normal son, or you mixed up words here. While having your brother there and you sacrificing so much, you still had the chance to get your education and become a teacher.
Yes.
Also, as you got your education, would you still sacrifice a lot to protect your brother and help your brother?
I would.
No more further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examine. Do it. Yes.
Okay, so earlier you said
Scoot up into the mic, Mr. Rogers.
all right. Earlier you mentioned that, or you acknowledged that Robbie suffered or had ADD.
He did. Objection, Your Honor. He didn't know Robbie before the accident.
I'm sorry?
He didn't know Robbie before the accident. He never knew he had ADD. It's been established multiple times.
Okay. Next question.
Okay. So, no further questions.
Any others, Mr. Foley? Yes.
He said yes. He has questions.
So although you did not have Robbie before the incident, that really doesn't quite undermine the fact that he did have ADD, and I'm just kind of questioning you about just ADD symptoms, if that's okay.
Right.
Okay. So you would agree that one symptom of ADD is struggling to follow directions, correct?
Objection. He's not an expert in the field of ADD.
He's an expert in the field of special ed, and I'll monitor this closely, okay? Mr. Foley, you're on a short leash, all right?
Okay, yes, sir. Sorry, I'll repeat the question.
Ask the question again.
Okay. You agree that one symptom of ADD is struggling to follow directions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if there was an order given to a person with ADD, like a sign or anything like that, would they most likely follow it or not follow it?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't think
Overruled.
ADD.
Go ahead.
Okay. Not repeat the question.
Ask the question again.
Okay, sorry. So if there was an order given to a person with ADD, like a sign or some type of graphic, would they would most likely not follow it, correct?
Objection. That's not a symptom of
Overruled.
ADD.
Let him answer the question. Go ahead.
I mean, I would think that, even though, despite he has ADD, the average person would be able to, recognize a sign. If it said, don't do this, don't do that, they'd be able to recognize it. I don't really think that's one of the, that wouldn't be one of the symptoms or side effects of having ADD, not being able to recognize signs and, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was more asking along the lines of struggling to follow directions. It's not. See, signs are not necessarily directions; they're just guidelines.
Right.
Okay. Are you also familiar with the symptom of ADD being acting without regard for consequences?
Objection, Your Honor. Assuming facts not found in evidence.
You made this person an expert witness, so really he's open game.
Yes,
So
sir.
Overruled.
Can you ask the question again?
Yes, sir. Are you also familiar with the symptom of ADD being acting without regard for consequences?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Do you care to cross-examine?
We would love to, Your Honor.
All right. Quickly, Mr. Fitzpatrick, we're on a timeline.
Got it. All right, Mr. Williams, do you have any kids?
I do not.
Fantastic. All right, so you've been teaching for a while. Would you say that over the years, you've developed solid relationships with your students?
Yes.
So would you say that you're able to read your students and how they're feeling? Like what's
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Williams, Robbie was your student after the accident. What did you notice about his demeanor?
Well, obviously, like I said earlier, he has suffered physical and mental setbacks, but due to the fact that I didn't have him as a student before, it's really kind of hard for me to tell how he has changed. And, and the biggest thing is it's been hard for us to really form a bond because of the amount of school he has missed.
Hey, you mentioned the amount of school he's missed. What would you say that was a result of, or why has he missed that school?
Just, being in the hospital, his mental injuries are, pretty severe. So, like, everyone can understand that, he has to miss some days of school to be in the hospital and, just, deal with stuff like that. So.
Would you say his education has suffered as a result of this incident?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Williams, you have colleagues as a teacher. You have teachers that you're friends with. It says here in your deposition that you were friends with other teachers in your school who had taught Robbie. Is that correct?
Right.
Objection ambiguous.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, in your deposition, it also says, I'm quoting here. Your colleagues know that Robbie Curtis is not the same boy as he was before the accident occurred. Had you discussed this with your colleagues, just in conversation? Because I mean, he's a new student. You might want to find out about him.
Right, right. Well, like I said earlier, I didn't have him as a student, but
Right, but your colleagues did.
Right, right. But once he became a student of mine, other colleagues told me about him, and his state and what was going on with him. So yes.
Did they say anything about what kind of student he was before the accident?
They did not, no. They just mentioned what had happened and that he would become a student of mine.
Hey, all right, earlier when you were asked about some of these lawyers over here, you mentioned that you didn't have any knowledge that kids were climbing the tree, correct?
Well, no, I knew kids climbed the tree, but I didn't know about a tree house.
You didn't know about the treehouse. So you're a teacher at this high school, and you weren't aware that there was a treehouse on the playground?
Objection, Your Honor. The treehouse was built in the summer, 2 weeks before the accident. I don't think anybody could have had any knowledge of the treehouse.
Well, he's asking if he did have knowledge. So answer the question.
I did not have knowledge of the treehouse.
So you didn't know that there were any platforms built before this time?
I was not aware of that.
So you're telling me that you weren't really paying attention to the playground and its surroundings?
I don't believe that's what he was saying.
Yeah, objection.
Is that what you were saying?
I don't believe that's what he was saying.
Okay. So you said that you didn't know that the students were climbing the tree, or you didn't know they were in the tree house.
Right.
Would you say that this was a result as your shortcomings as a teacher?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Would you say that this might be as a result of your shortcomings as a teacher?
No, I would not say that.
As a teacher, would you say that you're responsible for the safety of your students?
I would say that, yes, but it's kind of hard for me to look out for kids while I'm trying to teach, and I mean, yeah. It's
all right, may I converse with my co-counsel?
Quickly.
Yes, sir.
May I approach the stand?
Yes.
Mr. Williams, will you remind me what you're an expert in again?
special education.
And what did you get your degree in again?
Master's in special education.
Special education, okay. So, will you tell me what ADD stands for?
Attention deficit disorder.
So, how would you say, if you're an expert in special education, that doesn't exactly mean that you're an expert in ADD, are you?
Objection, Your Honor. Most people with ADD are not in special education.
So you're not an expert in ADD, right?
Excuse me. What is your objection? What is your objection?
Improper evidence, no relevancy. ADD and special education don't really correlate.
Look, we've made him you made him a expert witness in special education. Okay, does that make him an expert in all types of disorders that all kids have? No, it does not.
Thank you.
So, would you agree that you wouldn't really be able to comment on symptoms of ADD, considering you're not an expert?
That's not necessarily so, and I don't want to confuse the jury. If he's a expert witness in special education, then he's going to have some knowledge on particular disorders.
Even if...
But it doesn't necessarily mean he's an expert in that disorder.
Even if reading signs has nothing to do with whether you have ADD or not?
It's a matter of what you're trying to get the jury to understand. So
I'm trying to get them to understand that just because he had ADD doesn't mean that he wouldn't be able to follow directions and he wouldn't be able to read signs.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Do you care to redirect?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm not ready. It's obviously not ready for lunch, but I'm not ready for lunch yet, but I am ready for about 5 minutes, and we will go back. Listen to me. You all will stay there. You can't move. And we will be coming back to your witnesses. Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
This presentation is brought to you by HPTV. If you or someone you know would like to sponsor this unique TV station, please email Mrs. Kelly Snowder at snowdeck@hpasd.org. And from all of us here at HPTV, we thank you for watching.
Please, the court.
That's on rollers, it'll fall over and we'll all be embarrassed, just like I'm afraid I'm going to fall over. Relax. And talk to them. Okay. All right, let's wait a second. Are we ready? Do we need to stop? I just noticed you were texting. Okay, all right. Here we go. Go.
Could you please state your name, please?
Dr. George Briggs.
Dr. Briggs, when and where were you born?
January 31st, 1950 in Frankfort, Kentucky.
And Dr. Briggs, where did you get your undergrad?
University of Kentucky.
And what did you major in at the University of Kentucky?
I had a double major in biology and business.
And after that, did you go to med school?
Yes, I attended Vanderbilt School of Medicine in Nashville, Tennessee, where I had a double major in neurology and obstetric.
Would you please explain those two majors, please?
I attended a degree in neurophysiology, which is the study of peripheral, central, and autonomic nervous system. And obstetrician, I deliver newborns.
Awesome. What academic honors or achievements have you received?
Made the Dean's List, University of Kentucky, my sophomore, junior, and senior year. As a sophomore in high school, which I attended Frankfurt High School of Science and Technology, I was the salutatorian of a class of 400.
So what field are you practicing now?
Neurophysiology.
And for how many years?
Excuse me?
And for how many years have you been practicing?
30.
30. And what achievements and awards have you won throughout those 30 years?
I was in the Men's Health magazine for 7 years in a row. And I was ranked in, from Dr. Oz's book, number 4 out of 250 doctors as an obstetrician.
So you'd consider yourself an expert, would you?
I'd say so if you look at the facts.
Your Honor, I'd like to enter Dr. George Briggs as an expert witness.
In what field?
The medical field,
In what area of the medical field?
neurophysiology.
All right. Go ahead.
Dr. George Briggs, were you working on the day of August 6, 2010?
Yes, sir.
Would you please explain to me what happened on that day?
Well, it was an ordinary day. I arrived at the hospital of St. Vincent in Billings, Montana around 9 o'clock. I had a major surgery at 11:30. I was done with surgery and I was just in the waiting room when, suddenly Robbie Curtis was rushed in to my hospital around 4 o'clock, which then I took him into the operation room because his injuries looked very severe and he was in a very unstable and very bad condition.
So you said he had severe injuries?
Yes, sir.
Would you explain to me some of the severe injuries that you yourself encountered?
He had on the right arm from the elbow down was gone. His left index finger was gone. Extensive burns on his legs. Had a very noticeable scar on his back. And his eyes were very droopy and low due to the major concussion that he had once he fell from the 35-foot tree.
And the other injuries that you listed off, what do you think the main cause of those injuries were?
Well, by examining Robbie Curtis's body, he had 4 electric volts, which were 8,000 powered. 4 entered his body, 1 entered through his body and exited the left hand, 1 through the right hand, 1 through the back, and then 1 that exited both his lower legs.
And do you think that these injuries will affect him in the future?
Yes, I do.
In what ways exactly?
Well, you can't really turn a page with one arm, so obviously he's going to be affected throughout his career in life as, if he wants to attain a job since he's only 16 years old. College is right around the corner, so I feel like that's a major component and exponent. He's very trouble walking, balance due to the concussion and the nervous system that was shocked through the volts. Just the brainstem from the spinal cord into the brain is not where it was or it should be, and out of no medical practice can that be solved. So he's just in here with these injuries, and it's a long road, but with my rehabilitation center, he's seen recovering, but it's going to take a long time and a lot of money.
It's going to take a lot of money. Do you believe that he is a hireable candidate?
A what?
A hireable, maybe to get a job in the future?
It's going to be very hard, no hands-on work. It's just going to be really tough for him. I hope for the best for him in the future, since I know their family very well because I was their family doctor and delivered 3 of their kids. But it's just going to be really hard for him to have a successful career in the business world and in life and in that matter.
Your Honor, may I submit a piece of evidence, Plaintiff Exhibit A?
Yes, what is it?
It is the itemized medical charges of Robbie Curtis.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, may the defense view the evidence before it's presented.
Do y'all want to view the evidence? Is that what you said?
Has it been changed from what it was in the
No, it hasn't been.
Yesterday? From yesterday?
It is the exact numbers that we went over yesterday.
Okay, never mind.
Would you like to see it?
Don't act like you didn't do the same thing.
I did the exact same thing. Except for this is exactly what we did in class. Dr. Briggs, can you see this?
No, I cannot.
You can. Could he step out by any chance, please?
The jury, if you need to move so you can see, please do it this time. Go ahead.
Can the jury see? Okay.
Okay, so what we're looking at here for the $540,000 is for the ambulance drugs. No, not literally drugs, but morphine to cut the pain down. For his medical, since he had a pre-existing diagnosis of ADD, which is the lack of ability to focus and retain information, it's going to cost $225,000 per year. And if you heard from Robbie Curtis's father, he only makes $32,000, so that's why the desire for money is very high. And then so if you add up all the damages that were done to Robbie Curtis, which I had to deal with, and the total net damage was $12,162,150. So this number right here is not just a stated number. It's $225,000 per year, which he will need for the rest of his life. So
Because of medicine and lack of employment?
lack of employment,
Objection, Your Honor,
medicine,
leading the
and
witness.
just the extensive care that he's going to need to have.
You may take a
Leading
seat.
the witness.
I'm sorry?
I said objection, Your Honor, leading the witness, but they've already spoken and it is done.
It was leading the witness, but you're just restating what is on the board, so I'm going to allow it. Let's go.
So, how long have you known the Curtis family?
About 18 years.
About 18 years. And how have you known him that long?
I was like their family doctor, and I've delivered all three of their kids.
All three.
All three.
So, you've seen Robbie grow up?
Yes.
What was the nature of Robbie's, say, stature in comparison to his grade level or his age?
Well, he fit in pretty well. He's a very social kid, loved to go out and play, very outdoorsy. Had to study for his grades, but, that's pretty typical for most kids who are 16 years old, have to study a little bit. Learning didn't come easy to him, obviously, to his diagnosis of ADD, but he was a hard-working kid and put forth a lot of effort to get where he was. So he was very deserving for what he got on his grades.
And from a physical manner, how did he line up comparatively to the rest of his class?
He was definitely a workhorse. He was, more athletically built. Sports came as an instinct rather than school, you could say. It was just, if you put a ball in his hands, just watch him go.
And then, how about now?
Well, he can't hold a ball because he has one arm.
So you'd say that his...
Other than soccer, but, since, that the electrical volts through his back has thrown off his balance and everything, just sports are out of the question. Can't even do cup stacking on ESPN, so that's out of the question too. So it's just going to be really hard.
So these injuries will affect him for the future?
Yes. For the rest of his life, not just the future. For the rest of his life.
Perfect. Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examine.
Yes, Your Honor, may I approach the stand?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Briggs. What kind of doctor are you? A clinical neurophysiologist?
Yes, sir.
And what exactly do neurophysiologists do?
They study the central, peripheral, and autonomic nervous system.
Okay, and how does this field study apply to Robbie's accident?
What's that?
How does this field of study apply to Robbie's accident?
The 4 electrical volts that entered through his body ruptured his nervous system. He has delayed reactions, balance, muscles and tendons. That's all throughout the nervous system and the brain system and cord throughout.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. All right. And you were the doctor to treat Robbie Curtis in the emergency room on August 6, 2010, when he fell from a tree.
Yes.
What was a accomplished doctor, top 5 nationally ranked obstetrician, highly rated, possibly one of the best neurophysiologists in the nation, doing working in an emergency room?
Well, I like the hands-on.
Hands-on, yeah. Okay. Have you
I mean,
ever?
I was his family doctor for 3 years, so I was the first to call.
So it was
when-
just a. Was it just a? You said earlier that he was rushed into the hospital.
Yes.
You saw him and you worked on. So it was just a coincidence that you were working.
They sent him. They asked, since his dad came out, and they asked where to send him. They said Dr. Briggs, because that was the closest one to the hospital, because I worked at St. Vincent, only 15 miles out of Billings, Montana.
Okay, so a kid has many amputations, and they send him to a neurophysiologist and an obstetrician.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Does anything seem strange about the accident? Why a 15-year-old kid was climbing in a treehouse?
Well, when he's coming in with extensive scars in one arm, you really don't think about why he was climbing a tree, more of how to save his life.
Okay, what exact procedures did he follow when Robbie was brought into the emergency room?
Well, first off, we had to give him a dosage of morphine because he was in an incredible amount of pain. And then we put him under and immediately started working on, we were working on his body and like what was going on, because we were more focused on the internal organs failing rather than the exterior of what was left of him.
Okay. And that's all you did?
What?
And is that all is that just a plain overview of all the procedures you did?
Usually, we'll have some patients who've gotten, car wrecks and their spines get all messed up, but that was the first or second case from a tree.
I wasn't going anywhere. Did you test Robbie's blood to see if any illegal substances were in it at the time?
Objected irrelevance.
It is irrelevant for this particular doctor, so I'm going to sustain it.
Did you take blood tests at all on Robbie?
No blood tests.
No blood tests. So,
I did not take any blood tests. Maybe my nurses have, but I did not.
You're an expert, and you have no idea. I forgot. He's an expert in neurophysiology, which doesn't really apply here.
There you go.
Okay, so, which is good for the case. So a high school boy is brought to you after he negligently falls out of a tree with many of his friends on a summer day, and you don't know if y'all tested his blood to see if he had.
That's not what he said. He said he did not take
Objection asked and answered.
I got it. He said he did not take the blood.
Yes, sir. So, just to restate, you knew Robbie's family before this accident. You had treated Robbie before the accident.
What's that?
You knew Robbie's family before the accident. And
Yes.
You had treated
Repetition.
Robbie multiple times.
Yes.
I said I just want to make sure.
Please talk to the judge.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay. Isn't it true that you concluded Robbie had a pre-existing learning disability before the accident?
That is correct.
This disability was the attention deficit disorder?
Yes, sir.
Why was a neurophysiologist and a obstetrician able to deem someone to have ADD?
Well, those are my majors, but I was also like their family doctor. If he had, a high fever or something or needed to talk to anyone, I was that person, because there's not a lot of experts out there in Billings, Montana.
Okay,
and so I would diagnose him with.
You can basically do anything in the medical field.
Not anything in the medical field. That's no.
That's not what he said.
Yes, sir.
Quit
Yes,
putting words in the thoughts in the jury's mouth.
Yes, sir.
Mind. He said that being the personal physician, he was basically around to handle all their needs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Of the Curtis family, basically.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. But good try, though. Good try.
Okay. So, isn't it true that electricity passed through Robbie 4 times?
Yes.
One of those times being through the palm of his hand?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe this injury could possibly have been a result of Robbie grabbing a power line?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, so Robbie stated the last thing he remembers is reaching to grab a branch, and he has a burn on his hand, on the palm of his hand, and his doctor, who's an expert, believes that he could have grabbed a power line. So do you believe that Robbie could have reached out to a power line? And
Objection, calling for conclusion.
Sustained.
Okay. That is all, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examine.
May I approach the stand, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Good afternoon, Mr. Briggs.
Dr. Briggs.
Dr. Briggs.
Wow.
What just happened?
So you mentioned that you were the physician for the Curtis family before the accident.
Yes.
For how long were you there?
18 years.
18 years. So before Robbie was born.
Yes.
All right. So you knew Robbie growing up his whole time.
Yes.
And when around what time of his life did you diagnose him with ADD?
12 years old.
So he was 12 years old, and he would be a kid who would be outside playing a lot without supervision. Do you think that would be acceptable?
I mean, I'm sure there was adult supervision, but he was mostly around with his friends when his father was at work, yes.
Would that be acceptable? That's my question.
What's your question?
Would you believe that would be acceptable as leaving him alone with ADD, knowing that he does like to challenge and he does like to...
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
I disagree. Overruled.
Yeah. I mean, a 15-year-old kid can't be getting in that much trouble playing sports, and knowing Robbie and, his character traits, then I didn't think it was a big issue for him to be playing along with his friends at, after school.
So you don't believe a 15-year-old or a teenager would be getting into that much trouble?
He answered the question.
All right. Yes, Your Honor. Do you know his full extent of his ADD?
Full extent. I mean, I prescribed him 15 milligrams of Ritalin, and he has a trouble focusing it, and he doesn't have a long attention span, and it's hard for him to retain information. But it's not a severe case where he's needed any extra help other than just a pill to take in the morning when he eats his breakfast.
And 15 milligrams, you said. Is that a high dosage for a regular teenager?
No, I'd say around 40 milligrams, 30 to 40 milligrams would be a average dosage.
And in your statement, you said he had a minor concussion after the accident.
Yes.
August 6, 2010. Okay. And from your expert view, do you believe that a 6-foot drop from a treehouse from anything would be a hard fall?
A 35-foot drop?
6 foot, just regular treehouse.
A 6-foot drop?
Objection, irrelevance. He didn't fall from 6 feet.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Well, I guess it would depend on, how they're built and how they fell and the angle that they fell, how they jumped off, how high they jumped off the treehouse. Could have been, the treehouse is 6 feet, but I don't know anyone that can jump a negative amount of feet, so I'm not sure.
But how dangerous do you think it is to fall from 6 feet?
It depends simply on how you land. I mean, I could jump off a treehouse and be completely fine. Terrell Owens could jump off and break his collarbone. I don't know.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Foley or Mr. Rogers?
Okay. So you mentioned that you were a physician for the Curtis family?
Yes, for 18 years.
Okay, and what do you believe qualified you as a physician for the family?
What's that?
Why did you think you were qualified for that position?
Objection, we've established that he is like a reputable doctor.
Well, I think that's it's the family's choice. I mean, I don't think that ties into anything being as far as his expertise. I think it's a family's choice to have whomever they want. I'm not trying to derail you there.
I completely understand. I was more aligned, just wondering why a neurosurgeon,
Neurophysiologist.
Neurophysiologist. Why one would just be a regular family doctor.
Objection. Corbin, stop.
What?
Corbin.
What?
Corbin, nothing. I'll talk to him.
Okay. Well.
Buzzkill.
Again.
Okay. Sorry, my question was, sorry, can you say what field of study you were in again? One more time?
Neurophysiologist.
So why was a neurophysiologist being a family's physician something that you weren't really actually in? You weren't in pediatric care, or you didn't have anything in like pediatrician-wise or anything like that?
Objection, repetition. We've already been over this.
Well, my question is why is a neuro whatever he says, physiologist caring as a family pediatric like just doctor and for regular anything for that?
Objection. Is it relevant? It's not his. It's the family's choice.
Hi, I'm up here. Yes. Because he's a family friend.
Okay, all right. Just establishing that. Thank you. So since you are a family friend, how did you meet the family?
How'd I meet them? Starbucks.
Starbucks. So 18 years ago from this day, you met them in a Starbucks.
Objection, irrelevance.
Where are you going, Mr. Foley?
Oh, I'm going down a long road, my friend. My honor.
I'm not your friend.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him.
Ready to be your big enemy.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Where are you going?
I am following. I'm getting someplace. I promise.
Okay.
I'm going someplace.
You're on a short leash.
Okay. So, where did you meet the family?
Starbucks.
Starbucks, 18 years ago. Already. So, since okay, you mentioned that you had got your medical degree from University of Kentucky, correct?
I had an undergrad in biology and business. I attained my medical degree at Vanderbilt University, Vanderbilt Medical School in Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay, so obviously you have your medical degree now, since you're the renowned doctor, businessman. Businessman's a big thing. My question is, you have to have heard of the highly revered Blue Book, correct?
A Blue Book?
Objection, drawing for a conclusion.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Come up here and chat with me.
Okay.
Come over here.
Could I speak with my witness?
No, that's not allowed.
Okay, thanks. Levi, I asked the judge. Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks, Lakers.
Okay, let's proceed. Hold on tight, guys. Here we go.
All right. So, let's see here. So, sorry, to get back to the Blue Book, the highly infamous, revered, internet forums go crazy Blue Book.
And would you care to explain what the Blue Book is?
Okay. The Blue Book is a book that is given to all people in the medical profession, and it is updated yearly, and it's the guideline for healthcare pricing. So, any kind of healthcare at all, it has the guideline, the minimum, and it never should waver in terms of maximum on how expensive healthcare should be from that book. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. So, my question is that since you majored in business, correct?
Not a major, it's an undergrad.
Undergrad, okay. In total, can you point to us how much you said that for the direct, for the immediate cost of
$545,000.
Okay, thank you. Are you familiar? Did that follow the healthcare Blue Book in terms of pricing?
Excuse me, repeat the question.
Sure.
Mr. Foley.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those are expenses that the family incurred. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, I guess where you're going is you're wanting to ask this doctor, the family doctor, are the prices that he's charging the family fall in line with the Blue Book?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ask it.
Okay, are the prices that are the prices that you charge the family, do they follow the Blue Book's guidelines?
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't informed in that way because I did the math. And doing the math with amputations, fingers missing, burn things. By the way, I don't think you would be experiencing that many burn things since you're a neuro what?
Physiologist.
Okay, thank
you.
you.
wouldn't know that because you're not educated to finish the.
Okay, in
profession.
total,
Do you even know what
the
neuro
Blue
means?
Book sums the cost to a big whopping $63,200.14. Now, what do you think of that?
Well,
I think that his prices that he charged to the family are what he, chose to charge, and that's the expenses that were incurred.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, and so my next question would be: were you, since you're friends with the Curtises, you obviously knew their financial situation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you would have known that it's a very low-paid nurse, which is Miss Curtis, and Mr. Curtis, which is a it's a truck driver.
Mhm.
So in total, they probably make a very small amount of money. Why did you charge that much more money?
Objection, calling the witness's character into question.
And I have to agree with that, Mr. Foley.
Okay.
I think we're questioning the character of this particular witness. If you have any proof that he was taking advantage of the family, then I'd be happy to listen to it, but I don't think that's the case.
Okay. In that case, mainly I'm just trying to get across that, yes, indeed, that the healthcare Blue Book's procedures, it roughly rounded to $63,000, and that your pricing is much larger. I understand you can take liberties on how much you want to charge the family and that kind of thing, but since you're predisposed to already knowing how much they already made and that kind of thing, that price is much bigger than the $63,000, correct?
Well, that price is for Bill Gates if he loses his right arm.
Answer the question.
Can you repeat the question?
Do you think that the prices that you charged were a little bit exuberant?
No.
No. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do you care to redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
So now we got Becky.
What's her name? Becky Crawford.
What time is it? 11:32. All right, call your next witness.
We'd like to call to the stand Miss Becky Crawford.
This is my not very safe area, so I will help you get here. The partitions are rollers, and it barely touches the roll off. So be careful on that, okay? You all ready? Relax. Go ahead. Here we go. Just be careful. There we go.
Your Honor. There was some evidence that was left up here. Would you like me to put it on the evidence table?
What is it?
It's what Mr. Foley entered as evidence when he asked our witness to read it. When he asked when he asked Robbie Curtis to read it off. It was left up here.
Yeah, you can just refer to it. It doesn't need to be entered as evidence. Or
Okay, cool.
It wasn't entered as evidence. It was just something to be referred to.
Okay. All right. Could you please state your name?
Becky Crawford.
Thank you so much. Okay, Ms. Crawford, where and when were you born?
I was born in Billings, Montana on May 5th, 1995.
Ms. Crawford, where do you attend school?
Central High School.
So you go to the same high school as Robbie Curtis?
Yes.
Did you know Robbie?
Yes, we're friends.
What would you say your relationship with Robbie was?
We're pretty good friends.
Good deal. So would you hang out or spend time with Robbie pretty frequently?
Yes.
All right, so you'd say you knew him pretty well?
Yes.
Awesome. Were you with Robbie on August 6, 2010?
Yes.
Could you describe to me the events of that day?
Well, me and my friend Lauren and Robbie and his two friends went to the high school, and we were playing softball for a little bit on the field, and then we went to the tree and went up into the tree house and talked there, sat there for about 10 minutes, and then we started climbing the tree, and then while we were climbing, I heard a strange noise, and then I saw Robbie fell past me, and he hit 2 branches and then fell to the ground unconscious, and then I quickly went down and screamed help, and then ran to the neighbor's house, and she came out and called 911, and then they brought him to the
Wow,
hospital.
you did a great job. You could consider yourself a hero. So why was it that Robbie fell?
It was because he came in contact with the power line.
Okay, and before that day, had you ever noticed those wires?
No.
Had there been any warning issued to you?
No.
So no one had mentioned to you that one, there were wires in the tree, and just that there were wires in the tree?
No one had mentioned that.
Okay. So how long, like in your lifetime, when did you and your friends start climbing that tree?
Probably when I was in 4th grade.
So y'all had been climbing this tree for a good long while?
Yes.
And you'd never noticed those wires?
No.
Okay, thank you. So there was you didn't think there was any reason you shouldn't be climbing the tree?
Shouldn't?
Yes.
No, there wasn't.
Okay, awesome, thank you. So since the incident, have you noticed any changes in Robbie and his behavior or his demeanor?
Yeah, he's a lot less outgoing, and he's just not the same person he used to be. He doesn't hang around with us as much.
So would you say that this incident has greatly affected his life?
Yes.
All right. How do you think? Have you seen him around much anymore?
Not really.
Not even in school. Has he missed a lot of school?
He's missed a lot of school, yes.
Okay. So just based on how he was before the incident, his like demeanor, how happy he was, stuff like that, how do you compared to the kid he was before, what's his demeanor like now after the incident?
Now he's just a lot more introverted and not as happy, just a lot more dismal than he used to be.
So, in your opinion, would you say that Robbie's a different person than he was before the incident?
Yes.
All right, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I approach the bench?
Yes.
Ms. Crawford, had you climbed that particular tree before?
Yes.
Was this the usual height that your friends and yourself climb at? What is the usual?
What?
What is the usual height that you and your friends climb at?
Well, usually me and my friend who's a girl would climb maybe 15, 20 feet, and the boys would always climb higher than us, though. But I couldn't tell you exactly.
At what height did you begin to get scared at?
Probably around 25 feet.
Had you ever climbed that high before?
I had, yes, but
You had
yes.
climbed it. Have you ever seen anyone climb higher than that particular day?
Yes.
Okay. Was the day of the accident the first day you had seen the electric wires?
Yes.
You had been climbing that tree for over 5 years and you had never seen the power lines before.
Mm-hmm.
Was this because you had never climbed higher than the treehouse?
Objection, asking for a conclusion.
Ask the question again.
Is this because you had never climbed higher than 20 feet?
And we're dealing with, what was the question? What's that referring to?
Had she seen why she had not seen the wires before?
Overruled. Answer the question.
We had climbed higher than the treehouse before.
Okay.
You might need to repeat it because I interrupted you. So,
You had never climbed higher than 20 feet, correct?
Then 20 feet?
Yes.
What
is the highest you've climbed?
I couldn't give you an exact.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. Go ahead.
What is the highest you've climbed?
That day I probably climbed around 25 feet, but
So That day was the highest you've ever climbed.
Prior to that day, right?
Prior to that day.
Prior to that
day, what is the highest you've climbed?
Around that height.
20 feet.
Sure. Yeah. I couldn't tell you.
Objection. Putting words in the witness's mouth.
Chill. Relax.
Okay.
Mr. Garza,
Yes.
how high did she climb on the day of the accident?
28 feet.
28 feet?
Yes.
Okay, and so you're asking her,
But she stated that she had only climbed 20 feet.
she says she's only climbed 20 feet?
That's
Okay.
the highest you climbed.
That's the highest she's climbed, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and then your next question was, how high have you climbed prior to that day?
Yes.
And she says about the same. And you're reiterating that she's saying around 20 feet, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, then let's move on.
Do you think that you had not seen the wires before because you had not climbed that high before?
Objection asked and answered.
No.
Overruled.
No?
No.
Okay. What is the reason that you've never climbed that high before?
What is the what?
Reason that you have never climbed that high before?
I mean, we just hadn't. We didn't really have a reason. Like you would need it.
Did you have a reason that day?
Asked and answered just now.
Overruled.
No, we were just climbing the tree.
Was there a dare involved?
Objection. Assuming it.
Overruled.
Yes? Did you
Well,
was there a dare involved?
Well, before we started climbing, one of the boys mentioned that or dared anyone to go up or to climb to the top of the tree, but
So one of the boys mentioned it.
yes.
Daring.
What?
Never mind. Okay. Had anyone ever warned you of the power lines before?
No.
In elementary school, did the power line company give lessons about electrical safety?
No.
No.
Yes.
We have someone here today to testify that they come annually to speak at the elementary school.
Okay. Well, I don't remember.
You
I
don't
was
remember?
Young.
Okay. Was your relationship with Robbie Curtis, what was your relationship with Robbie Curtis like?
We were good friends.
Good friends. Nothing more?
No.
Do you think he climbed that high to impress you?
No.
Why were 4 high school students in the tree that day?
Because, well, they're 5, and we had just decided to climb into the treehouse because it was kind of a tradition. We've been doing it since 4th grade.
Is the treehouse concealed to no one could see inside or out?
Yes.
Objection. Irrelevance.
I'm okay with it. Continue.
Is that the reason you were in the treehouse?
No.
Thank you. That's all.
All right, cross-examine.
Your Honor, may I approach the podium?
Yes. Go help. Please.
Hi, Ms. Crawford, how are you? How long do you think you've been friends with the plaintiff? The plaintiff's son, Robbie Curtis. How long do you think you've been friends with him?
Teddy, you with us?
Can you repeat the question?
How long do you think you've been friends with Robbie Curtis?
Since elementary school.
Okay. And so, in this specific tree, you've been climbing it for your whole life, you'd say, for most of your
For a
childhood?
long time, yes.
Okay. And have you ever climbed it during school hours?
No.
No. Have you ever seen any other students climbing it during school hours?
No.
Okay. And in this specific tree, you've seen multiple platforms other than just the treehouse, correct?
Not very many, no.
Not very many, but there are other structures built in the treehouse.
Just the steps to get up to the treehouse.
there's been multiple depositions by multiple witnesses that have stated that there have been multiple platforms built in the treehouse. So
Built in the tree?
built in the tree. Sorry.
Okay.
Not the
All
treehouse.
right. Overruled.
Okay. And has a teacher or any faculty member ever been outside the school, like outside on the school grounds when students have been outside during school hours?
When they've been outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. But they've never seen any of these platforms in the tree for a period of over a decade. They've never seen anything.
I couldn't tell you what other teachers have
Okay.
seen.
But since you've been climbing this tree for so long, do you think it's safe to call it a neighborhood climbing tree?
Yeah.
That's reasonable. Okay. And then that day, what time would you say the accident occurred?
Around 3:45.
3:45. Okay. And then what were you doing before that time?
We were playing softball in the field at the high
Okay.
school.
And then can you recall the weather that day?
It was fairly sunny and clear.
Fairly sunny. Temperature?
Around 60s or 70s.
60, 70 degrees? Okay. And then was it windy at all? Was the wind blowing very hard?
Objection. Is this relevant?
I'm going somewhere with
I think
this.
it's relevant. Go ahead.
Okay. Actually, if you can you go to the I sent you an email. Do you have it that has the almanac for the weather that day? We'll come back to that question then.
We'll have to look at it.
And then, can you state the names of all the kids that went up in the tree that day?
It was me, my friend Lauren, Robbie, and his friend Tommy, and his other friend.
Do you know his other friend's name?
Go on.
Objection, repetition.
Move on.
And then you all climbed into the treehouse, which was 6 feet off the ground, correct?
Yes.
And was that the original intent of climbing into the tree that day? Or did you guys intend to climb higher than that?
We intended to climb higher.
Okay. So John Carpenter's treehouse was not the reason that you guys got into the tree then?
No.
Okay. Thank you. And then Miss I'll have to wait for him for that. And then so there was a dare that day you said earlier? There was a dare from one of Robbie's friends to climb the tree to the very top?
Mm.
Okay, and then you said you climbed to a height of around 25 feet earlier, and then the power lines that have been stated were at 40 feet in the tree, 35
Objection,
to 40
asking
feet
for
in
a
the tree.
conclusion.
I'm sorry?
Objection, asking for a conclusion.
I'm going to sustain that.
Okay. But from the height you were at, you could not see the power lines.
No.
That were-
Well, I saw some, yes.
You saw them that day. Have you ever seen them before when you climbed the tree?
No.
Because you've never climbed to that specific height, you don't think?
I had just never seen them.
Objection, asking for an opinion.
I think that's what she was saying.
Okay.
yes.
Let's look at the weather today. The mean temperature was almost 80 degrees when you said it was 60. Can you see this?
Objection, can we review the evidence before it is presented to the court?
Well, there's not any evidence.
This is just simply weather. It's
This is
it's
just-
available
this
to the
is
public.
Just reference to what supposedly the almanac said that day.
Okay. So you said around 60, 65 degrees?
Maybe it was warmer.
Okay, well, it was around 80 degrees that day for most of the day, reaching a high of actually 93, so it was extremely hot that day. Could you please scroll down a little bit on that? I want to see the wind that day. You said it was fairly calm. When we look at the wind, we actually see that it was blowing at a maximum sustained speed of 30 miles per hour almost. 30 miles per hour. You guys were climbing in a tree with the wind gusting around like that at a sustained maximum speed of 30 miles per hour. And it even reached up to 50 that day. Did you guys not see the danger in climbing a tree when the wind was blowing that hard?
No, we had always been climbing that tree, so.
You've been climbing that tree, so you felt safe even though the wind was blowing at extreme speeds like that.
And what time was that you were climbing?
3:45.
In the afternoon?
Yes.
So it had started to die down from that. Is that correct? Yes. Let's move on.
Probably died down. Okay, that's fair. I was just interested to see if y'all had felt any danger climbing with the winds blowing at around 20 miles per hour. Let's see. No further questions, John.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Dasky. Good job. Cross?
May I approach the podium?
Yes.
This is mine.
Let's go quickly. I'm hungry.
It's not ours. It's not ours. It's Jackson Foley's.
All right. In your sworn statement after the accident happened, you mentioned that you never really thought about the danger involved when you encountered power lines in the tree on August 6th.
Yeah, no.
Okay. And so, without thinking much about the dangers, you still were careful to avoid touching the wires. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, at the exact moment you avoided those wires, were you scared at all?
I became a little bit more scared as I got higher into the tree, but we were mostly focused on climbing the tree because when you get higher, the branches get thinner.
But at the exact moment you passed the wires, were you scared?
I was scared, but it was because we were climbing higher.
All right. You'd never seen these wires before, so you could not be totally sure what they were, or which. Okay. And then with these two, with that really gives you didn't know what it was. You'd never seen it before in your life. You didn't really have a reason to avoid it other than that you didn't know what it was. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Before you climbed this tree, did you see any warning signs regarding the power lines around the area?
No.
Okay. And then, did anyone ever tell you to, stay away from the wires in that particular tree?
No one had ever told me.
Okay. So, would you agree that your actions in avoiding those wires were based on common sense?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right. Redirect.
No, sir.
All right. Let me step down. All right, you may call your next witness. I told you somebody would not remember to do it.
Oh, the plaintiff rests.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fitzpatrick. And I think this is a wonderful time to eat lunch. And be quiet, please. It's 5:12, and as long as everyone's taking, this will be a short lunch. We will begin at 12:30.
This presentation is brought to you by HPTV. If you or someone you know would like to sponsor this unique TV station, please email Mrs. Kelly Snowder at snowdeck@hpasd.org. And from all of us here at HPTV, we thank you for watching.
Follow directions. Thank you. Okay, so we're with the school district, and you're calling your second witness. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, then let's go for it.
Your Honor, may we call Mr. Huntington Biggers to the stand?
Yes.
May I approach the stand?
Yes. All right, proceed.
Will you state your name, please?
Huntington Biggers.
Mr. Biggers, how long have you lived in Billings, Montana?
I've lived here for 30 years.
How old are you?
I am 58.
What have you done profession-wise here in Billings?
I've worked at the middle school for 24 years, and I've been on the school board for 6 years.
Okay. Have you spent much time on the Central High School campus?
No, I have not. The school board meetings are typically in the BISD state district house area, so I spend virtually no time on the high school grounds.
I'm going to interrupt you. Carry on. Hold your objections. I have to handle something. Go right ahead. Go right ahead, okay?
Okay.
Should we let you know about objections later? No, but really.
Do you want me to wait?
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Out of respect to the court, I'll wait.
Thank you.
Yep.
So, how's the Masters going? Does anyone know?
Not all the groups have teed off. Jim
I think we're trying to keep a level of maturity in the courtroom.
Tiger was 2 under through 8.
Air conditions are perfect this year.
The weather?
Conditions on the course?
It rained a little bit this morning, but
Oh, wow, I didn't know. Beautiful place.
Okay, somehow I feel that you've been carry on without me. What now?
Oh, we were just talking about the Masters, Your Honor.
About the what?
Masters.
Okay.
Okay. So, Mr. Biggers, why are there trees located on Central High School property?
Well, there's a state highway that runs along the side of the school, and we want to have our school some privacy from the highway, so we put those trees up.
Okay, awesome. Did you have any knowledge of the tree house that was located on school property before the accident occurred?
No, I did not.
To your knowledge, did any school board member or school employee have knowledge of the tree house that was located on school property before the accident occurred?
No.
Okay. Was any request made to the school by Mr. John Carpenter to build the tree house on school property?
There was not.
Did the school ever give permission to Mr. Carpenter to build a tree house on their property?
No.
Did the school board have any knowledge of kids climbing trees on Central High School property?
No, we didn't.
Did Central High School ever warn its students about climbing trees?
No. In elementary school, we warn kids about safety things such as climbing trees and riding bikes, but as far as high school goes, we tell kids of dangers that are relevant to them, such as drugs and alcohol. The school takes this matter very seriously, but we don't believe that we can be held responsible for every blatantly dangerous thing that could occur.
So, would you say that this accident was foreseeable?
I do not think it would be foreseeable because I think it's absurd that a kid would climb 40 feet in a tree into a power line.
Were you aware of the power lines existing?
Yes, I was.
And did you not see these as a threat?
Objection leading the witness.
I'm sorry?
Objection leading the witness.
That is leading. Rephrase it.
Did you ever see the power lines as a threat?
Objection, same question, leading the witness.
That's leading the witness. Rephrase.
Counsel.
Yes. Try to speak up a little when you object, please.
Oh, yes, sir.
What were your feelings about the power lines?
I didn't see the power lines as a danger, mainly because the power line company was supposed to be trimming the upper trees around the power line, and I didn't see it as a threat.
Objection, opinion, testimony by non-expert.
Okay, but he's not hurting you. Overruled.
Okay, was any faculty member working at the school at the time of the accident?
Not at the time of the accident. That very day, we had the first school meeting after vacations to get ready for the school year, and that started at 9 o'clock, ended at 2 p.m. So the school was locked up by 3 p.m. So by the time of the accident, there should not have been any employees at the school.
Okay,
and you stated there should not have been, correct?
There should not have been.
All right.
Okay, and for the record, does Central High School offer summer school?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions.
Cross-examine.
Your Honor, may I approach the bench?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Biggers, how long did you say you've been working for Billings Public Schools?
30 years.
30 years total. Okay, so it's safe to say that you know a large amount about the Billings Public School system.
I do.
Okay. I have a few questions for you that I'll come back to. But right now, I need to know, so you said there was no faculty on campus August 6th, 2010.
Repeat the question.
There was no faculty on campus August 6th, 2010.
He
correct?
said there was not supposed to be.
There should not have been any faculty.
Is it possible that there was?
I mean, it's always possible. Some
Okay.
teacher stayed.
Okay, thank you. And you said you knew there were power lines in the tree.
I did.
How
In the area.
How did you know this?
Because I've seen them before. I've driven by them.
So when would you say the last time? But you say you don't spend a lot of time on the school campus?
No, I don't have too much reason to be on the high school campus.
Then let's see. And the school district believes that they would never let anyone build in the tree. They would never let John Carpenter build in the tree because, for what reason?
We just don't believe that it's safe to have people building things such as tree houses in our trees.
Right. Okay, that's reasonable. And then, are you aware that there's been many other structures built in this tree?
I was not aware.
You're not aware. And do you realize? Well, let me tell you, these structures have been built in this tree for around 20 years now. They've been there. Are you telling me that for 20 years the school did not know that on their campus there were multiple platforms built in that specific tree?
I'm saying there was never permission asked to build such a structure, and therefore I was not informed of any structure on the school.
Okay, but do you think if the school figured out about it, they would do something about it?
You say if a school teacher found there was
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. Hypothetical question.
Overruled.
If the school faculty member had found out that there were platforms built in that tree and they had told somebody who could do something about it, would something be done about it?
Should something be done about it?
Should something be done about it?
If the teacher brought it to our attention?
Yes.
If the teacher brought it to our attention, we probably would have done something such as take down the treehouse.
So just take down the treehouse. So for 20 years there's been platforms in this tree and no one ever saw a thing.
The teachers may have seen it, but decided not to tell the school about it.
Okay, so school faculty members may have seen it.
Yes, they may have.
It's very possible, in fact, since they've been there for 20 years.
It's
okay, I'd like to ask you a few questions about Billings School District now. How many schools are in the district?
There are 3, elementary, middle, and high school.
Okay, so there's three levels. How many schools do you think there are?
He said 3 schools.
3 schools.
3 schools? Okay, there are 30 schools in Billings Public School System.
He said 3 schools, and that's what it is.
Okay, and how many students attend these schools?
Average school probably has...
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Let's go. It's okay. Move on. Keep going.
Average school probably has around 500 students.
500 students. How many students go to Central High?
Central High, there are a little more students, probably around like 600.
600 students at Central High.
Yeah.
Okay. In Billings Public School District, there are.
No, that's.
Let's see. Oh, okay. Sorry. Improper question. My fault. What is the budget for the school district?
Repeat the question.
What is the budget for the school district?
That I'm not the financial board member. That's not one part of my job, so I would not know that information.
Okay. So what do you do for the board then? What is the specifics of your job?
Mostly public relations, such as right now.
Public relations, okay. And then let's see. So is there any policy against climbing trees at school? Like that's not against the rules?
There is no actual policy that says no climbing trees.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'd like to submit Exhibit A for the defense into evidence. It is a district profile for Billings Public Schools.
All right, let me see it. Okay, well.
Thank you so much. So you don't know this stuff?
Yeah. And you'll have sitting on your phones. So that's what we can't do. So let's go back. That's going to be up to. I understand.
Yeah.
Mr. Biggers, I have some questions to restate for you. So how many students did you say go to Central High School?
Around 600.
Okay, and how many teachers and faculty members work at Central High School?
There's probably about a 15 to 1 ratio. So
15 to 1 ratio. So it's fairly small.
Yes.
In this scenario, when are students ever outside during the day? Are they out on school grounds?
We do not have a recess period. No.
You do not have a recess period. So students are not allowed on the grounds during the day.
It's true. No, not at all.
Okay. And then let's see. And what was the budget for Central High School? Oh, you said you that's
Yeah,
not your
it's
field.
not. I don't know that.
That's not your field. Okay. Okay, so there's one last thing I want to reiterate here. The school was unaware that the building in the tree has taken place for the past 10 to 20 years.
Objection, repetition.
He's just reiterating. Go
just
ahead.
reiterating.
It's all right. Go ahead.
School was unaware of the safety hazards with climbing trees as this accident happened because climbing trees occurred. And then the school was unaware of the direct placement of the electrical power lines in relationship to the tree, correct?
Correct.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dasky. Do you all care to cross-examine? All right, go ahead.
All right, Mr. Biggers. Are you familiar with the tree that Robbie Curtis was climbing on August 6, 2010?
Repeat the question.
Are you familiar with the tree that Robbie Curtis was climbing on August 6, 2010?
I don't know the exact tree, but I understand the incident.
In your statement, you said that at the time of the accident, the tree was not in need of trimming. Can you still believe that?
That it was not what?
It was not in need of trimming.
No, the lower branches are what we were responsible for, and the lower branches were not in need of trimming.
Okay. You claim that no one knew this treehouse was even there because it was summer hours, right?
None of the administration or school board knew of the treehouse.
Okay. How did you know that the branches were not in need of trimming, and you didn't know that treehouse was? I mean, did you see the branches with your own eyes, or how'd that work?
We have a groundskeeper, and he would inform us if our tree needed trimming.
Okay. So he would have seen it.
Yes.
So he neglected to say anything about it, right?
About the treehouse?
Yes.
I guess he did not find it necessary to report the treehouse to us.
Okay. Okay. What is this town called? Is Billings ISD? Is that land private property?
It is state property.
State property. Okay. So.
It's public school,
It's
isn't it?
public
It's
school.
not, it's not
I mean,
private school, right?
It's public. Yes,
school.
it's a public school.
Yeah.
So it's a city's property.
Okay. And then in your statement, you say that your school cannot be held responsible for this accident because of school policy negligence or result of school policy negligence. Can you explain that?
We do not believe that our policy. Repeat the question one more time.
Okay. In your statement, you say you do not believe this accident to be, in fact, a school accident when school wasn't Okay, when school was in session or as a result of a school policy negligence.
The negligence would be it's not our fault that we don't have ropes around trees saying kids can't climb this tree. That's not one of our duties as a school.
But it is your fault.
Well, that's an opinion.
Objection, Your Honor. Accusing.
I'm not. Okay.
Move on.
Is it not your duty to, it was shoot. The treehouse was not supposed to be there. Your ground, I just don't see how you can't be, you can say that you can't put ropes around trees and that's fine, but when somebody puts something in your tree and people at the school know it's there, but you deny, you know people knew it was there.
The tree was
And
there?
No, the tree house.
We had no knowledge of the tree house.
Somebody in your administration had knowledge of the tree house if you knew that the branches on the tree were not in need of trimming at the time of the accident.
Yes, I knew that the trees did not need trimming.
But no, you said no one knew the treehouse was there. But you said earlier that your groundskeeper told you the tree was not in need of trimming, and he would have to get close to that tree.
Objection, Your Honor. He's putting words in his mouth. He
No,
said
he's not. He is repeating what the witness said.
no administrator knew.
Overruled.
All I'm saying is that the school board itself did not know that there was a tree house in the tree.
All right, then let's move on. You've made your point.
That's it.
Okay. Do you care to cross-examine?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
So, Mr. Biggers, you've been a member for a while, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell me again how long?
How long I've been a part of BISD?
Yes.
I've worked there for 24 years at the middle school and 6 years as a school board member.
So 30 years.
30 years.
So that's a long time, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have permission to have my co-counsel draw something underneath the projector in a second? Thank you. So on the school board, you do oversee Central High School, right?
Yes.
But you said you don't spend much time there?
There's not much reason for me to go to the specific school and just wander the grounds, no.
So there's no reason to go check up on the school that you oversee?
I go to the school itself occasionally, but there's not really a reason for me to wander the property.
No reason to really check up on it, considering
Objection
you're...
on a repetition.
Keep going.
So will you explain to me where it is actually located?
Where what is?
The high school is located?
It is in Billings, Montana.
Right, a little bit more specific. Is it in a residential area, urban area?
Considering, yes, it's in a residential area.
Okay, so bordering a state highway is residential?
The guy lived next to the
I was just
so there's
clarifying.
a highway on one side.
I'm just clarifying.
And a house on the other side.
So could you please tell me, and my co-counsel, when you look at the school, where would the recreation area be in relation to the school?
We don't have a recreation area. We just have an open field. It's not.
You don't have a recreation area?
It's not meant for recreation.
It's not?
No.
Okay. So y'all don't have an open area that kids go out on ever?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. He just said we have a big field at the school.
He did. Let's move on.
Okay. Is it off to the side, or does the school encompass it?
It's next to the school.
It's next to the school. Could you give me a compass direction of next to the school?
Okay, the highway is on this side. They're parallel to the highway is the field and the school.
Okay. So highway and then field, then school?
No, the highway is parallel to both the field and school.
Yeah, actually,
I can draw it out if you
would you like to draw it out? That'd be awesome. Yeah.
misinterpreted what you said. You can redraw.
Be talking into a mic so they know what you're doing, please. Or explaining what he's doing. It doesn't matter.
We're just having him give us a map of the school so that we can.
Okay.
Could you draw where some of the trees in the treehouse could be? If y'all would sit down, please. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
And note this sketch is off me. I don't hang around the high school too much. This is just how I remember it. Might not be perfect, but
Okay.
the trees are between the highway and the field.
Could we please submit a piece of evidence, please?
Let me see it.
You could return back to the bench.
And you're going to tell me this is different by a lot.
Oh wait, I messed up the.
It's fine. You can stay.
What? I believe I messed up on the drawing. I believe that the highway should be on the north side of the field instead of where it is right now.
But you already drew your picture, and we checked to see if it was okay.
We need to talk to
And
the
he
judge.
said that he had his final picture.
Your Honor, where is this going?
He could change it, sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. With all due respect, they were misrepresented.
Thank you,
in turn.
Mr. Pettit. Sit there, be quiet.
Mr. Biggers, could you please?
Let's go, guys. Are you going to enter that into evidence, Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Yes, I would like to submit some evidence. May I?
All right.
Thank you, sir. Do you want me to give him the pen?
Yes.
All right, so you changed the depiction of what you thought it was?
Yes, the original picture you had drawn the highway, and I tried to draw over that. It didn't work out, so I had to re-erase the highway you drew. And draw
Okay.
my own.
But you're not positive. You clearly aren't positive. May I submit this evidence, Your Honor? All right, here we go.
Objection, Your Honor. He's putting words in his mouth.
Here's the actual representation. Here's the actual representation.
Use the mic.
Here's the actual representation of how the school and the field are arranged with the highway.
Your Honor, I fail to see where this is going.
Yes. Your Honor, I don't understand how the proportionality of the field could possibly make the school look liable.
I don't think he's saying it's making you liable. He's trying to see if all the facts are correct, and so.
Yes, Your Honor.
Under that, I'm going to allow this line of questioning. Are you just hanging around? Oh, you're letting them see? Okay.
The point that we're getting at here is Mr. Biggers clearly is not sure of how this high school is arranged, and his knowledge on this high school is not resolute. He's not sure about anything.
No. You.
Anything further?
How can you say that? As you can see here, Mr. Biggers / the school district, in representation of the school district, isn't positive about, he has 3 schools to oversee, and he's not sure about.
Objection, is this a question?
He's getting to it.
Cannot see how this.
So what's your question?
My question is, how can you say that you are, that you like know what's going on in the school, that you're not negligent if you had trouble remembering like what the school even looks like?
I'm sorry, this courtroom's a bit of a nervous situation, so I wasn't able to draw to my full abilities of my knowledge of the school.
An objection. What's wrong with his drawing?
No further questions.
All right. You care to redirect?
No, Your Honor. The defense for the school rests.
That made him look worse.
When he changed it, I was like, oh, thank God.
Your Honor, may it please the court, the defense would like to call the neighbor Lee Smith to the stand.
I can't hear you.
The defense would like to call the neighbor of Mr. Carpenter, Lee Smith, to the stand.
All right. This is my unsafe area, so you need to be careful. I'll help you in there. Talk loudly. Relax. All right? All right. Don't lean on that. Yeah, it'll fall. Are we in 6th? Jeb, he's not here. Nope, that's 5th. My bad. Greta? Chance? He's tomorrow. Allison? Danielle? Hayden? Teddy's here. Alex? Not here. Grayson? Fisher? Okay, when I get done, Grayson, where are you? Would you make sure he's not lost in the classroom, please? Okay, thank you. Now I'm lost. David, you're down here. Hayden. What? Okay. Greer? Okay. Tamara, Anna, Grayson, Westland, Planey, Heron, Harrison, St. Romain, Stewart, Stone, Strong's here, Sweet, Turner, Witt, Weinberg. Okay, proceed.
Would you please state your name to the court?
Lee Smith.
All right, Mr. Smith, where is your home located in relation to the school?
My property borders the left side of the school.
Okay. Can you please tell us what you heard and saw on August 6, 2010, around 3:45 p.m.?
Well, I was working on my front porch when I heard a woman scream help twice. So, and I could hear it was coming from the schoolyard. So I ran inside and slipped my shoes on. Then I went out my back gate and ran and went towards the tree where I saw people. And upon there, I met Becky Crawford and Mrs. Carpenter kneeling next to Robbie. And over to the side, often not next to him, were two other boys that I don't know.
And did you hear anything being said?
Once I was over there, I overheard one of the boys saying he wished he hadn't dared Robbie to go so high.
Treehouse Mr. Carpenter built?
No higher than 6 feet.
Okay, so once again, I would like to state that Robbie Curtis climbed an extra 28 feet above the 6-foot-high treehouse to come in contact with these power lines. And as you heard Becky say earlier, that the treehouse is not what attracted them to climb this tree, that they had already decided to climb it. So did you notice an increase of kids climbing the tree after Mr. Carpenter rebuilt the treehouse, like many of your neighbors have over the years, including Robbie's father, Joe Curtis?
No, there have always been a good amount of kids climbing in that tree for as long as even when my kids went there.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you. Cross-examine, that would go to you all. No, it's not. To you all. Pardon me. To you all. You have no questions? All right. Go ahead.
No questions.
Mr. Barnes?
1 moment, Your Honor. We have no questions, Your Honor.
Really?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, the defense would like to call John Carpenter to the stand.
Okay.
Mr. Carpenter, when were you born?
I'm sorry?
When were you born?
January 3rd, 1959.
Okay. And how long have you lived in Billings, Montana?
My whole life except for college.
Your whole life. Is it safe to assume that you love this place then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you consider yourself an involved member in the community?
Yes, sir. I've been involved in the Chamber of Commerce and with local banks and churches.
Okay. And so you were the man who built the treehouse in the tree?
I'm sorry?
You were the man who built the treehouse and the tree on school
Yes, sir.
property? Okay. And did you build this treehouse from scratch?
No, there were existing platforms, and I had added on to one of the platforms to build.
Okay, so there was a platform in the tree, and then you built a treehouse on top of that platform.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's safe to say that you actually rebuilt in this tree, not built from scratch.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. So when you were rebuilding the treehouse, did you notice the power lines that were 40 feet up in the tree?
No, sir.
Was that because you built the treehouse in a very safe proximity to the ground, only 6 feet above it?
Yes, sir. I only built it 6
And
feet
there was no
above the
way
ground.
that you could see it, considering that Becky Crawford was 20 feet above where you were building the treehouse. And she couldn't
Objection,
see
leading the witness.
lines.
Do you have a question?
I have a question now, yes.
All right.
And do you know if children were rebuilding this tree? Were climbing this tree before you rebuilt the treehouse?
They've been climbing in this tree for 16 years.
Okay. And then, are you the only man in the community that has built in the tree?
No, sir. Lee Smith and Joe Curtis have also built in this
Okay.
tree as well.
And the tree is not on your property?
No, sir.
Okay. And my last question: were you there the day of the accident? Like, were you in the community at the time?
I was at work.
You're at work. Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examine.
Your Honor, may I approach the podium?
I'm sorry?
May I approach the podium?
Yes.
Hi there. I only have a few questions. Excuse me, Mr. Carpenter. So you built the treehouse just out of your good heart, just for the community. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So you've said that you never had seen the power lines before, correct?
Not at the school or in the tree.
Okay. So if I may I use that diagram right there? Not the shoddy drawn thing, but the one under it.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Hey, we have a blown up one if you want to use it. We have a We are
Okay.
allowing the defense to use our evidence to enter into evidence.
Thank you. All right. So let's see right here. So you're telling me, I don't know, can you see
I can
that,
see that.
Mr. Carpenter? Thank you. So you're telling me you hadn't seen those power lines before, correct?
I had not seen those power lines.
Okay, can see this area right here? It says public utility and easement corridor. Do you know what that's used for?
That's where the power lines go through.
Yes, it's because these power lines again. You probably saw after the entire incident that these power lines aren't your standard wooden pole power lines. No, these are the dual cabled, like it's I think like 24 volt power lines where they look like giant metal. They have two lines and they have 4 wires total, as opposed to just 2. So these are bigger than normal power lines. So my question is, so again, sorry, you've never seen these gigantic metal structures before?
No,
is that
they're
right?
50 feet high in a tree.
Okay, alrighty. So with this said, and once again, the public easement corridor has been there actually before the school was built and the residential area is built. So it's not like this is a new thing. Is that correct?
No, sir, it's not.
Okay. No, sir,
I mean,
it's not.
I mean, yes, sir, it's.
All right, no, thank
sorry.
you. Okay. This leads me to my other question.
Thank you.
Which is, are you aware of what a public nuisance is, Mr. Carpenter?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness is a non-expert.
No, I mean, I'll inform him what a public nuisance is, or at least
I know quite a few of them, yes.
I'm sorry.
So where are you going with this?
No, this is a short route this time, I promise.
Then I'll reserve the right to get rid of it, but go
Okay,
ahead.
alrighty, sorry. For your information, a nuisance in itself is not just something that disrupts something, but it actually kind of it's almost the something that draws eyes to things. It kind of starts people on the wrong path, I guess. It's like, if you you might have a piñata and it's right there, but if you place the bat down, that only is inviting other people.
Objection,
to
Your
go
Honor.
and
This
hit
is
it.
ambiguous.
I'm sorry?
This is ambiguous. It's confusing.
Well, I'm going to see where he's going, and then I'll rule on it. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So once again, a nuisance would have been the bat in that case. Normally a piñata, you don't see, I'm not going to punch that thing, but there's a bat on the ground. Maybe this is meant to be, broken, that kind of thing. So my question is, I understand that you built the treehouse, and there was already a platform. Is that correct?
Yes.
But in some ways, would you think that the treehouse was a nuisance in itself, as it was actually inviting people to really go towards this tree?
Well, I mean, I'd only built this 6 feet above the ground. I had no intentions of kids climbing 30, 40 feet into a tree.
Oh, I understand, but in a kid's perspective, okay, what fun is there to be playing on a flat platform like you said you built upon? Actually, your treehouse, it was a fun thing for kids to do in the tree, but it was inviting kids to go to the tree. Is that correct?
But I must interject here and say that just because something is inviting does not make it a public nuisance.
I might have said the wrong vocab words for that one,
Okay.
but
And I'm sure the jury didn't hear the wrong vocabulary word for that one, but just
Okay.
because something is inviting, something fun, I mean, you're implying that everything that is fun or inviting would be considered a public nuisance.
Oh, no.
So therefore, the treehouse would be a public nuisance.
I apologize, Your Honor, but may I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. It's not that I'm against fun things. I like doing fun things. It's just that one thing's for sure, that when you have a fun thing next to something dangerous, for that matter, and the dangerous thing would have been those gigantic our power lines for my client. Our power lines, those things are just huge, and there already had been and those again were built before residential areas and things like that. So what I'm trying to allude to is it's not that it's the public nuisance of just simply building something for fun to people being invited to, but it's just that there's power lines there, and that it definitely had some kind of negative karma. Okay, I don't know where I'm going with this. Thank you.
All right.
All right. You know what? No further questions. I
All right,
apologize
thank
for that.
you. Cross-examine, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes. All right.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, you no longer seem happy.
Me?
Yes. Are you okay?
I'm more than okay.
All right.
All right, Mr. Carpenter. Mr. Carpenter, you're a businessman, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind telling me what business that is?
I own an office supply retail business called Carpenters.
Okay, fantastic. All right, and you're a member of the Chamber of Commerce?
I'm sorry?
You're a member of the Chamber of Commerce?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So, Mr. Carpenter, could you please strike that from the, Ms. Secretary, could you strike that from the record? All right, so, you live along a state highway, correct?
I'm sorry?
You live along a state highway?
Yes, sir.
Backing up to the school?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you built a tree house in a tree right next to a state highway.
Yes, sir.
All right, and you have children, right, Mr. Carpenter?
Yes, sir.
Could you remind me how old they are?
Right now they're 14, 15, and 16.
All right, would you say that building a tree house directly next to a highway is a safe place for children to be playing?
Not necessarily, no, but I had no intentions of them going on a state highway.
Okay, so all right, the tree's right next to the state highway, so they're playing next to a state highway. Are you aware of what the average speed limit is in Montana?
Objection, Your Honor. Is that relevant?
Let's move on.
Okay. All right, Mr. Carpenter, you built or rebuilt this treehouse, correct?
I rebuilt it.
All right. Did you use materials to rebuild it?
Yes, sir. I used pressurized, tested wood, and to make sure it was safe for the kids, and I built a 4x6 treehouse.
All right. And was this treehouse floating in the air, or was it fixed to the tree?
It was fixed to the tree.
It was fixed to the tree. Fantastic. All right. And did you build this treehouse to be used by people?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you did. All right. Your Honor, I would like to submit some evidence directly from the Montana Code.
All right.
All right. And then I'm quoting from this now. All right. The definition of a building means a combination of any materials, used materials, any materials, whether mobile, portable, or fixed. This was connected to a fixed location, to form a construed as though followed by the. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I skipped something. Or to form a structure and the related facilities for the use by persons or property. And this was for the use of the children. Now, Mr. Carpenter, so you made by definition, a building here. And are you, being a member of the Chamber of Commerce, are you aware of permit laws in Montana?
No, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to submit another piece of evidence from the Montana Code, Section 5060-108.
Okay.
All right, in Section 5060-108, and I'm quoting again here, it says, construction permit required. Any person who desires to construct a building, which by definition was what this treehouse was, which is subject to provisions of parts 1 through 4, must apply for a permit from the appropriate authorities. Provisions 1 through 4 is the definition of a building. So legally, to build this treehouse, you had to apply for a permit. Did you apply for this permit?
No, sir, but the school had never stopped anyone from building anything in that tree for 16 years.
Okay. All right.
So I assumed it would be okay.
So you didn't get a permit. So you're telling me that my client was playing in something that you had built illegally, and that's that's what led to these horrific injuries.
He had also played in something that his father had built in that same tree.
Did he? Is that seen in the evidence anywhere?
No, but I mean his father had built platforms.
Well then, I'll disregard that. So my client is playing in an illegally built structure, never should have been there, whether by permission by the school district or not, and he suffers injuries that are going to
negatively change his life forever. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you. You care to read her, y'all haven't cross-examined yet, have you?
We would like to cross-examine.
Sorry, go ahead.
May I approach the bench?
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter, when was the treehouse built?
The treehouse was built in early July or mid-July of 2010.
So it was during the summer?
Yes, sir.
Was school in session?
No, sir.
Could you possibly ever foresee an accident like that of Robbie Curtis happening?
I'm sorry?
Could you have foreseen the accident of Robbie Curtis happening?
No, sir. I had built the treehouse with safe intentions, and I built it 6 feet above the ground.
What is the highest you have ever seen someone climb that tree?
The highest I've probably ever seen someone climb that tree is 20 feet. I mean, I don't necessarily stare at kids climbing that tree.
Did you ever think that someone would be climbing the tree of heights of 40-plus feet?
I never thought of it. I thought kids would be climbing at safe distances. That's why I put the treehouse 6 feet above the ground.
Yes or no? Have you ever crossed into the school district's property without their knowledge? Yes or no?
Yeah,
yes
yes.
or no? Yes.
Multiple people have done it.
Yes or no?
Yes, the school.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes or no? Has anyone ever given you permission to cross it in the school district's property?
No, but they allowed multiple people to do it.
Yes or no? You cut the grass around the tree on school property knowing you were trespassing.
Yeah, you did what?
You cut the grass, yes or no, you cut the grass around the tree on school property knowing you were trespassing.
Well, I mean, I'm not an
Yes or
attorney.
no?
I don't know all the laws, so.
I'm not asking, that's not my
Okay.
question.
I did cut the grass
Thank you.
around the school. It's unkept.
Thank you. Is this because you wanted to make the tree more inviting and fun for the children of the neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your deposition, you stated that you would be glad if the school were to remove the treehouse so it would reduce playground activity near the home. Are you
Remove the
retracting
tree.
your statement?
Wait, I'm sorry, repeat that?
Say it again.
In your deposition, you stated that you would be glad if the school were to remove the treehouse so it would reduce playground activity.
Your Honor, that's not what he said. Objection.
It is word for word in the deposition.
Are you
In his deposition,
Are
he
you
stated-
retracting your statement?
I believe I said I would like the tree to be removed.
All right. Gentlemen, approach the bench. Hurry up. Cover your mouth.
The tree. Not the tree. Yeah, he said tree. You're making it sound like I'm gonna get rid of it.
He said treehouse. He didn't say treehouse. He said tree. Unless normal people can. Okay, normal people can infer that you mean that. But not everyone's normal here.
Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Mr. Carpenter.
So I want to clarify, in his statement to the police, he said he would be happy if the school district took down the tree. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Not the tree house. I mean, I'm just saying as far as verbatim, what he said was take down the tree. All right, move forward.
Do you know what an attractive nuisance is? Not a public nuisance.
What a
Yes,
what?
sir.
Attractive nuisance.
Attractive nuisance?
Attractive nuisance.
Do you
know what an attractive nuisance is?
I don't, do you know what it is?
No, sir.
All right.
So you know. It is the belief that one who maintains a dangerous condition which is likely to attract children is under a duty to post a warning or take affirmative action to protect children from dangers. Did you post a warning?
No, sir, it wasn't on my property.
Congratulations, you are now
Okay,
legally-
move on.
I'm done. You're
You're
legally
done?
responsible.
All right, thank you. Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, any more witnesses?
The third trust, Your Honor.
All right. That brings us to you two.
I still need to present our case.
Say it, what?
I need to present our case now.
All right.
Permission to approach the bench.
Yes. Just for the jury to understand, the power line company has not presented their opening statement, so they will present that first, okay?
All right. My co-counsel and I are here today on behalf of Billings Powerline Company, a company who cares for the community, actively stresses safety through school programs on the dangers of power lines, and in the face of economic downturn, this company continues to shell out thousands of dollars in potential profit on education advertising in an effort to keep the community safe. Despite all this, the company is being gouged for millions of dollars by a young man with a total lack of accountability. The accident on August 6, 2010 was truly unfortunate. While Billings Power Line Company, my co-counsel and I extend our sympathy to the victim and his family, we will not be blamed for the results of this irresponsible behavior on the part of Robbie Curtis, John Carpenter, and the Billings School District. On July 23, 2010, John Carpenter illegally constructed a tree house in a cottonwood tree located on the northwest corner of the Billings School District property. The cottonwood was surrounded on two sides. One side faced Mr. Carpenter's backyard, the other faced the utility corridor, and the other two sides of the tree were open to the schoolyard. The treehouse was in place a full 2 weeks before the accident happened. During this time, the Billings School District, who had staff on campus, did nothing to remove or restrict the access to the treehouse. Both John Carpenter and the Billings School District were well aware that the power lines in the utility corridor, which had been there for 20 years at the time. On August 6th, Robbie Curtis and Becca Crawford, along with a few others, were drawn to the tree by the presence of the treehouse. Eventually, the kids decided who could get the farthest up the tree. After climbing a little while, Miss Crawford noticed some wires she'd never seen before and soon started to climb back down. Meanwhile, Robbie decided to show off and continued climbing. When Becky was about 10 feet from the ground, Robbie was electrocuted, causing him to fall. Robbie chose to behave in a manner that was inherently dangerous and nearly cost him his life. He ignored what he'd been taught in school by Billings Powerline Company. He ignored numerous education advertisements by Billings Powerline Company. He ignored his own common sense, and he gave in to peer pressure. At the time of the accident, Robbie Curtis was 15 years old, and he knew what he was doing. Today we will prove that this company cannot be held liable for the incident or the irresponsible actions of Robbie Curtis, John Carpenter, and the Billings School District. To let Billings Power Company fall to an incident like this would serve as another revolting example to the American public that individuals are not held liable for their own accountable for their own reckless behavior as long as there is a large company to blame when things go bad. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before you call your first witness, and we're going to come, this is a very short 2-minute break, okay, and I mean 2 minutes. So if you got to take care of business quickly, we will start in a couple of minutes.
Dude, Gage, you're so sassy.
say the school never promoted any kind of tree climbing activity, never promoted tree houses, never gave permission for tree houses.
Loose.
Okie dokie, let's go. Sit, 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 sit. All right, Mr. Foley.
Your Honor, I'd like to call Mike Mickelson to the bench. Please.
Mr. Mickelson to the stand, please. Get ready. Pop a top. Okay, you can pacing around like you're nervous.
Restless.
This is my unsafe area, so be careful. Don't lean against my partition or we'll fall over. You ready? Okay.
Can you tell us a bit about what you do?
I am the foreman for Billings Powerline Company. I supervise operations done on power lines and trees throughout the community.
And how long have you worked with the power line company?
12 years.
Okay, now, Your Honor, actually, hold on one second. Can you explain the purpose of trimming trees around power lines?
The purpose of trimming trees around power lines is strictly to protect the power lines itself. And the events of trees tampering or hitting any power lines, there could be extreme power outages. There also could be breakage of the power lines, which would obviously put the public in danger, and it would also have extreme power outages throughout Billings.
Your Honor, may I submit Mike Mickelson as an expert witness, or an expert witness in electric construction and high voltage construction. Am I saying that right? No, I'm not saying that right.
High voltage construction?
Power line construction.
All right, any problems with that?
That's my question.
All right, go ahead.
Alrighty, sorry about that. Here we go. So, do you think that the power line company can be an insurer of all public safety?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, now what made you say that?
I say that just because we've been doing this in Billings for a long time now, and we've never really had a problem with any other kids in the community climbing trees and tampering with power lines. Our main purpose is to protect the power lines itself, so we don't have to use and waste taxpayers' money in order to repair them.
I noticed that you have a guideline about not putting signs on the poles. Why do you not put signs on the poles?
We don't put signs on poles mainly because we don't have kids or anyone climbing the regular power line poles, but the two-circuit, single-voltage, high-voltage power lines, which is the power line in this case, it's too tall to even think about climbing, and we just don't feel it necessary to post signs throughout the community.
Okay. Now, what do you think about the guideline of 10 feet for the power line?
It's a guideline that our company follows. However, it's very loose. We look at it as more of just like a frame of work. There are many instances in which trees don't need to be trimmed to 10 feet from the power line just because it's just not fully necessary. It'll harm the tree. It keeps the town looking better, and that's about it.
Okay, and when do you cut down the trees?
Only in cases when it's 100% necessary.
Was this different than normal, this
incident? This was normal, actually. It wasn't necessary to cut down the tree at all.
Okay, and no further questions. Thank you. We passed the witness.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I was eating a snack. I apologize.
No
Thank you. Cross-examine, gentlemen. Your turn.
Yes, sir, we would like to. Mr. Mickelson, how long have you been working for the Powerline Company?
For 12 years, Billings Powerline.
12 years. How long have you been a foreman?
For the last 7 years.
All right, fantastic. So you said that the 10 feet rule is more of a guideline, but more of like a structure of work. It says in your deposition that you gave to the police that this policy requires that the branches are to be trimmed to a distance of 10 feet. Now, those are your words, not mine. The word required doesn't really sound like a guideline. It sounds more like a rule, does it not?
It's in the rule book. However, it's not necessarily followed just because it's not necessarily, I guess, required in order to protect the tree lines, power lines.
And you thought in this case that it wasn't required to use the full 10 feet?
For this tree, no, it was not required and was not fully necessary.
Could you elaborate on that and tell me why?
We didn't see any big tree lines, or tree branches that could come in harm's way of the high voltage power line. So therefore, 2 feet gives some wind sway room in order to keep trees away from the high voltage power line. So 10 feet just seemed just not necessarily at all.
All right, but that is a rule for your company. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and
you said just now that it was only trimmed to 2 feet. Correct?
It was no closer than 2 feet. I did not have my tape measure with me. It could have been 3. I don't know.
Well, it says after this here, where is it? After the incident involving the cursed boy, upon close inspection, it found that there were no branches closer than 2 feet. So you were sure that it was 2 feet.
I guess, yeah, you could say.
Okay, awesome. Now, you said a second ago that you didn't put any signs on poles, correct? No warning signs on poles?
True.
Could you tell me why that's relevant in this case at all?
It's not necessarily relevant for this case. The question called for me answering that way. I just thought I'd just mention it.
Okay, so, and it's not company policy to put up any signage of any kind?
No.
Objection, repetition. I already asked that question.
Let's move on.
Okay. So, you said that you're in the defense's opening statement. You said that y'all are concerned for the safety of the public, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you're telling me that in an area, in a playground area, where when you were trimming the tree, you could clearly see that there were platforms meant to be played on, and your interest is in the public safety. You're telling me that you didn't think it was necessary to trim the branches back to 10 feet in order to make the public safe?
Objection, opinion. It wasn't just a playground area. This is not for like elementary school kids.
See, there's the difference between a expert witness and a non-expert witness. If you're an expert witness, then an opinion can be asked, and so therefore I'll allow the question. Go ahead. Answer the question.
The platform built in the tree was, we figured, low enough and had a far enough distance from the high voltage power line that we didn't need to do anything. We didn't really imagine that a young man such as 13, 14-year-old could, or even would want to make his way all the way up to that high voltage line. He could have if he wanted to, but we figured that would be more like a 8 to 9-year-old kind of thing to do, and in that case, we didn't even think a 8 to 9-year-old could even get that high.
So in conclusion, you didn't follow company policy regarding the 10 feet?
We did not follow the guideline, but in many cases, we do not follow the guideline.
Which resulted in the branches being closer to the power line?
Correct.
Co-counsel? Mr. Mickelson, you said that y'all didn't believe the branches were big enough or enough of a threat to trim them to 10 feet, right?
At the time of the last trimming, the branches did not seem thick enough nor carry enough weight to have any sort of interference with the high voltage line.
Okay, but obviously our witness, who was about 16-year-old, more developed than the other boys, more athletic, it was big enough to where it could withstand the weight of a pretty sizable boy.
True, but you got to imagine that his feet were about 5 feet or so down the tree, and there could have been thick enough branches
5 feet
for
or
him to
so,
stand
but it
on.
should have been trimmed to 10 feet, right?
I guess if you want to think of it like that, yeah, but then once again, we don't follow that guideline throughout the entire community.
All right. No further questions.
Thank you very much. Cross-examine.
We would like to, Your Honor, may I approach the stand?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Mickelson, how long have you been working for this power line company?
12 years.
Okay, your company has safety regulations, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us some of these regulations?
They include anywhere from certain heights above houses to certain angles to and from other power lines connecting. They include certain regulations running along highways and obviously certain regulations trimming around power lines.
Okay, perfect. Does your company have a trimming policy specific to hardwood and softwood trees?
No.
Okay, you do. I'd like to insert evidence Exhibit C. Is that possible?
What is it?
It's, hold on.
The policies or the regulations? Okay, that's fine. Whoops. A tidy courtroom is a happy courtroom. Pick it up.
Okay. Let's see here. First off, do you know if a cottonwood tree is a hardwood or a softwood tree?
It's hardwood.
It is softwood. And let's see, in section 9B of your tree trimming procedures, hey, Luis, can my counsel hold this? It reads, it is stated that in built-up residential areas where bare conductor 8,000-volt distribution lines are involved, softwoods are to be trimmed within a radius of at least 10 feet and hardwoods within a radius of 5 feet from any conductor location. Did you follow this regulation when trimming the cottonwood on school property?
No, we did not. But however, we don't. Like I've said, we don't follow that throughout the entire community.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right. Cross-examine, gentlemen.
Your Honor, may I approach the stand?
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Mickelson, we've heard about your company's policy, but I would like to point out that also in your deposition you state that your company and the state have the same policy. So, which is that branches must be trimmed to a distance of 10 feet away from power lines to prevent against any possible accidents involving your company's power lines. Is this correct?
Yes.
So y'all are in violation of both company policy and state policy.
Yes, but it's a loose guideline that isn't followed.
It's a state guideline. It is followed. Yeah. Okay, so also you say in your deposition that inspections after Robbie's electrocution showed tree branches were at the distance of 2 feet from 3 high voltage power lines, one of which was uninsulated. I ask you, what is your excuse for letting those tree limbs grow so dangerously close in a tree frequently climbed by school students?
We were not aware of frequently climbing school students.
But just earlier you answered saying that y'all were aware of these platforms.
We're aware of the tree house, and we were aware of climbing, but I guess we can't say that we were aware of climbing up to 30, 40 feet up in the air. So.
Okay, Your Honor, that's all.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. All right, call your next witness.
Okay, can we have Preston Patterson come to the stand, please?
All right, Preston. Can you state your position at the power company?
Yes, I am the public relations manager for Billings Powerline.
All right. Would you please, tell the court what that position involves?
I keep up the company's image whenever we are in a negative situation, which hasn't happened very much recently. I have a press conference. I just keep I run the ad campaigns that we've been running for a while. That's about it.
Can you tell us a little more about the ad campaign?
Yeah, well, we've had various ad campaigns running on and off since all 21 years I've been here, just purely for the safety of the public. Recently, we've had ad campaigns that say "Don't climb trees near power lines." For example, don't stick your hand in electrical sockets, things like that.
All right. Your Honor, I would like to submit evidence, like the big poster of evidence.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to submit a piece of evidence.
Okay, what is it?
It's a poster, a blown up display of the ads.
Oh, okay, all right, go.
So, how long have these types of ads been running?
All 21 years I've been here.
Okay. What can you say about the effectiveness of this program?
Well, considering that most districts have incidences like the one we're dealing with right now yearly, and we haven't had one in all 21 years that I've worked at Billings Powerline Company, I would say that our advertisement has been pretty effective.
Okay. Besides like ads, just pieces of paper, do y'all ever go out and reach out to the community?
We visit the elementary schools at least yearly, and that is very strict, and we take those very seriously.
And what kind of stuff do y'all do? You'll just teach them, or?
We try to make it fun for the kids, but at the same time, we're very the biggest thing we harp on is the dangers of power lines, and then also just electricity in general.
All right. Is it true that after this event occurred, what did you do?
I investigated it thoroughly.
Can you share your findings with the court?
Yes, I found that there were no infractions committed by us, and that the Powerline Company and its workers.
Objection,
behaved
opinion
the
by a
exact
non-expert
way
witness.
I'm sorry?
Objection, opinion by a non-expert witness.
Sustained.
Yeah, oh yeah. You forgot about that part.
All right. Is there any facts you can share with us that you gathered in your investigation?
Objection, non-expert witness. How can he investigate this issue?
I'm sorry, say it again.
He's a non-expert witness.
That I investigated.
Hey. Hush.
He's a non-expert witness, so does he have the right to investigate this thing and
But the
come to
question
court?
was, are there any facts that he discovered in his investigation? And we're just looking, he's just asking for factual information.
That a non-expert discovered?
You can make that point.
Okay.
Okay.
When I investigated the incident, I found no infractions committed by our Powerline Company.
All right.
And you can make that point.
So, in your testimony, you stated that, in your testimony, you stated that the fact that an accident occurred with the Powerline Company involving a child does not mean that the Powerline Company, your Powerline Company was negligent. How did you get to this? How did you get to this conclusion?
Yes, this boy was simply. He climbed the tree at the tail end of our yearly trimmings, and so that's about it. Every year we go back and we trim as far away as we can, but also you have to ask all the landowners, the owners of the trees, if they permit you to cut it back. And whenever we have the ability to, we do follow that, but you can only follow it when the landowners give you permission to cut the trees back to a certain length. So we only cut them back as far as we are allowed to by the landowners. Other than that, we have no control. The tree does not belong to us.
Okay. So, I mean, is our company responsible for maintaining trees that don't reach, or parts of trees that don't reach into the easements?
We are responsible.
Objection, opinion by a non-expert.
Sustained.
Are we responsible? I mean, by company policy, are we? I mean,
Our company states.
It's the same question.
Sustained.
What are you
Sorry,
doing,
what?
man?
It's the same question.
Yeah.
all right, that's it, I guess.
Okay. Cross-examine, guys.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Patterson, in your own ad that you said has been running for how long?
This particular ad has been running for about 4 years. Other ads have been running that are similar for the last 21 years.
Okay. In that ad, if you look at in the middle on the left, it says.
I cannot see what you are referencing.
All right, let me help you out.
Would you help him make it a little quicker?
Will you point to it for me? When you read that, it says, the caption on the bottom says, never trim trees near overhead lines, correct?
Correct.
Yet your company policy is to make sure that there is a 10-foot radius of tree branches around all overhead power lines.
You need to be experienced to trim trees near overhead lines, which is why we leave that up to our workers, not to the general public. That would be unsafe.
Okay. Will you also... We're done with that. We're good. Can I meet with my co-counsel?
Yes.
Will you explain why your company refuses to put up signs to warn people, although you claim to have the community's best interest in mind?
A general easement corridor is a 50-foot tall steel structure. We thought that people would be able to see that 50-foot tall, 2-ton steel structure.
So you think a kid climbing in the tree who didn't know that there were power lines running through the tree, you'd think that it was...
I believe he stated in his testimony that he saw the power lines and continued climbing the tree.
Wouldn't it be probably in the best interest to let people know that you have 8,000 volt power lines running through areas where children are playing?
The fact that we do not post signs is a matter of company policy because posting signs inflicts with proper climbing techniques which our people need to use, which our workers need to use.
I'm not talking about the poles to climb up. I'm talking about areas around where the power lines come into contact with.
Yes, we thought that the 2-ton, 50-foot tall steel structure sufficed as signs of there being a power line close.
Okay, I never saw the warning signs on that.
There are no warning signs on that. That's
So-
not disputed by the defense.
You said that your ads have been running for 21 years?
I have been at Billings Powerline Company for 21 years.
Okay. So the tree climbing ad, it's been running for 21 years?
There have been multiple tree climbing ads running for 21 years. I just told you that.
Okay, thank you. But in your deposition, you state that an ad campaign for electrical safety awareness, including don't climb trees near overhead lines. You put that out.
After this incident, we started new ad campaigns also, yes. Good
Okay.
for figuring that out.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
May I approach the bench?
Yes. The bench or the podium? Okay, I just didn't know if you need to talk to me. Hi, Sam.
Mr. Patterson, whose
Hello.
responsibility is it? Whose responsibility is it to maintain the power lines?
Our foreman and trimming crews and power line construction crews.
And whose
They go there yearly.
And whose responsibility is it to maintain the tree branches near the power lines?
It is our responsibility, and that was done properly in this case.
Were the branches cut to an appropriate length the day of the accident?
Yes, because the last time that we were there was one whole year ago, so the tree branch has time to grow.
Was it within 10 feet of the tree branch?
The 10-foot rule is where they should trim at their yearly accident, not how long that the branch has to stay for the entire year after the foreman goes. You just didn't really research that part.
So do you know the length of the tree branch?
I read that it was no closer than 2 feet, and that is also what I found in apparently my inconclusive study.
Okay. You realize in Section 9B of the Defense Exhibit C, it is stated, in built-up residential areas where insulated covered-up conductor lines are involved, hardwoods are to be trimmed within a radius of at least 5 feet, except for that no major branches or tree trunks shall be cut unless constitute up a conduct hazard.
Yes, we realized that the trimming crews
So it was a hazard.
must have trimmed to that length a year ago in the last time that they were there.
You
Yes.
agree that it's a hazard?
We agree that that 5 foot is how long they take it back every time, and then we also do not agree that we control how fast trees grow, because we don't.
Whose responsibility is it to inform children of the power lines?
It is their parents, and it is partially the communities, and it's also partially our part, and we believe that we've done a pretty good job of that.
Is it true you and your company speak at local elementary schools about electricity safety?
Yes, frequently.
And for how long have you been warning children about electrical safety?
I know that we've been doing it for all 21 years that I've been here.
So if any kid had grown up in Billings during their 4 elementary years, they would have feasibly heard your
I did not hear the beginning of what you were saying.
So if any kid had grown up in Billings during their 4 elementary years, they would have feasibly heard your company's safety talk at least once.
We like to think that at least a minimum of 4 times, but yes,
Thank you.
at least once.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Cross-examine?
Your Honor, may I approach the stand?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Patterson.
Hello.
I seem to have a problem with you saying that y'all had been there within a year to trim, because in Mike's, your foreman's deposition, says the cottonwood tree in question was trimmed 3 years before this incident occurred as a part of the regular schedule for tree trimming in that part of the city. So while you were still on regular schedule, you were 2 years more than you
Actually,
told the court.
the last trimming was the previous July, and it was August, so it had been 1 year and 1 month, and we are not able to do strictly by the year because there are other scheduling conflicts. There's a lot of trees near power lines in Billings.
So are you now saying that your construction...
I never said the part that you're
I know.
reading.
So are you telling me that your construction foreman lied?
I'm
when
telling
us
you
the
that
tree had
I have
been
not
trimmed
talked
3
to my
years before?
construction foreman about this case, as the law wants me to.
Did you hear him?
Not really.
He said, say it again.
I have not discussed the case with my construction foreman, but as the PR manager and his upper in the company, I do know when the last time that we trimmed this tree was.
Which was
last July.
3 years before the incident.
I think I've made my point.
He said last July.
So you can just change it? All right. So y'all started an ad campaign after the incident. Can you tell me?
We started one of our many ad campaigns after the incident. I would like that to be clear.
All right. And what was this particular ad campaign about?
That one, right, that you're looking at right now.
This one right up here for evidence?
That was the ad campaign
All right,
that started after the incident, yes. Yes. No, it was not made in May because it had to be ready for May, which is Electrical Safety Month. We take that very seriously. We made it before May so that it would be ready for May.
All right. What time? How soon after the incident did y'all start this?
We started this relatively quickly.
Okay. So why is it that it took a young boy to be electrocuted?
We've been running many ad campaigns.
Let him ask a question.
And why did it take for this young man to be severely electrocuted, losing his arm and finger, that y'all decided to run this extra ad campaign?
Because it's a terrible, terrible incident in which a boy was harmed by a power line. We know that for a fact. And also, this is not the first ad we've run. We've run ads for the next 21 years. After this, obviously, we had a lot of negative publicity that we did not feel was correct. So we started another ad campaign. I am the PR manager, and I thought that was a pretty darn good idea.
Okay, so this ad campaign was started to not so much to keep kids safe, but to
That ad
change
campaign-
your name, change your image in the media.
I'd say that, yeah, the thing about that is, I'm not sure if that's relevant, but I will
Well, I mean,
answer
you
your
just said
question.
that.
And we started that ad campaign because we do not want things like this to happen again. And I would also like to point out that these things have only happened once in 21 years for our company.
With your company?
Yes.
Okay, all right, just to be clear one more time, it had been 3 years since this last tree
All
was
right,
trimmed.
thank you.
All
Do you
right,
have more
that's
questions?
I
all.
think we
That's-
established
All right.
that it was last July.
You may step down. Just feeling I need to check both of them for weapons. Call your next witness.
That's the last witness.
The defense was.
All right, then that should bring us to closing statements. I will give you, again, a couple of minutes to just kind of get your mind together. We will, it is 2:12, and we will begin closing statements at 2:15. So this is really not a break to go to the restroom as it is for attorneys to get themselves prepared. No. I think it'll be more towards 3 o'clock. Who are you worried about? What time? You sure? I think we'll be out of here by 3. Yeah. Okay, here we go. All right, I believe we're ready to present closing statements, and we will go first with the Central High School Independent School District. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. May I present the closing
Yes.
statement?
And you can stand behind here, move
Okay.
the mic this way, and face the jury, because that's what you need to do.
Yes, sir.
If you don't want to use that mic, you can use the other, whatever you want to use.
Okay, I prefer to use this mic. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if I could ask one moment in this trial for you to pay attention, now is the time. These closing statements are very important. I would like to recap some of the facts we have learned today through testimony and evidence. Joe Curtis, Robbie's father, admitted he had seen Robbie climb trees. He has even warned Robbie about the dangers of climbing trees. Yet the moment Robbie got hurt, he would quickly turn the blame on someone else. Also, Mr. Curtis stated he could use some money, and Dr. George Briggs provided an ideal situation for him to receive that money. After stating there is a high probability that Robbie could have seen and grabbed the 8,000-volt power line, Dr. Briggs went on to show how he charged nearly $480,000 more than the standard amount for Robbie's injuries. This ridiculous sum of money could be seen as a get-rich-quick scheme by Mr. Joe Curtis. His son got injured, and he saw this as an ideal situation to make money through lawsuits. Becky Crawford testified today that the danger of power lines was common sense, and those were her own words. Common sense, ladies and gentlemen. Knowledge a common citizen should know, not to touch power lines. I would like to talk to you about two more witnesses, John Carpenter and Robbie Curtis. These two men's testimonies show how and why it is not possible for the school to be held responsible for this accident. First, Mr. John Carpenter. John Carpenter trespassed on a school property without a legal permit or permission and built and maintained an attractive nuisance. By not putting up warning signs, the law makes Mr. Carpenter solely responsible for the tree he had built an attractive nuisance on. By doing this, Mr. Carpenter is showing his extreme negligence. That brings me to my last point, Robbie Curtis. Robbie stated today in court that the day of the accident, he saw the power lines. He saw them, and he also knew they were dangerous. Yet he kept climbing. Why? Why, I ask you? Doesn't that seem negligent? Please put yourself in the school district's shoes. Robbie made a statement today in his own words that any tree is an invitation to come climb it. These were his exact words. As property owners, if someone was climbing in your tree without your knowledge and they got hurt, do you believe that you should be liable and you should have to pay millions of dollars for their damages? No, and neither do we. Should every tree be cut down because people could possibly fall out of them? No, that's absolutely absurd. I do not believe the actions of Robbie Curtis on August 6, 2010 can in any way be the school's responsibility. I trust that you, as American citizens and logical property owners, will make a correct judgment in today's case, proving this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Mr. Dasky, you may give your closing statement.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the school district just pointed out a few things that I would like to go over to you. They did point out that Becky Crawford had stated it was common sense not to climb trees or to, to not touch power lines. That's so basic. It's something that we were taught in elementary school and something that was taught in elementary school that Robbie Curtis went to. But what the school district forgot to tell you was that somehow for the last 10 to 20 years, they had no clue that anything had been built in these trees. They had, how can you believe that? How is that possible that they have a groundskeeper, that they have faculty all over the building? How could they have not known that something was built in these trees? And how could they put somebody on the stand to say that? It's actually absurd. And now I want to point out Billings Power. Billings Power had major confusion today. One man went up there and said that in his deposition that it had been 3 years since they had cut the tree down that was by the power lines. And then another man went up there and said it had been a year. There's major confusion on the power company's part, and then in that case they're negligent. But what we will see from John Carpenter is that all he was trying to do was give back to the community. And the school district tried to say that this is an attractive nuisance. But we heard Becky Crawford state that the treehouse was not the reason they went up in the tree. They went up in the tree to climb. They wanted to enjoy themselves, and they had plans of climbing past the treehouse. And therefore, it's not an attractive nuisance because it's not what brought them to the tree. And so I'd like to close with saying, John Carpenter is a family man. He's a community man, and he's loved this place. He's been there his whole life. And by putting him in place to take this responsibility, you're taking everything away from him. And so when y'all are reviewing this case, I want you to understand that he was doing this out of the goodness of his heart, and he was not trying to cause a problem. And he, in fact, didn't cause a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dasky. Mr. Foley, you may give your closing statement.
Okay. Now, before concluding this case, I'd like to point out some key voting issues that will prove that my client, Billings Power and Company, has in fact been proved beyond a reasonable doubt to not have caused or led the injury of Robbie Curtis. Now, in the plaintiff's opening, they heavily brought up the fact that the amount of money being asked is a large sum, a whopping $12 million, a sum that is heavily inflated by the National Health Care Board standards. Even with the knowledge of the guidelines used by medical professionals, that being the infamous Blue Book, Dr. Briggs inflated the prices of immediate care for Robbie. Why did Dr. Briggs do that? Either to team up with the plaintiffs and earn a quick buck, or to overzealously take advantage of the Curtis family and make bank. This casts a shadow of doubt over the plaintiff's overall amount for restitution, which, one more time, is the huge sum of $12 million. Through Mr. Curtis, we saw that his claims that my client failed to route the power properly, even though that his claims that my client failed to route the power wires properly, was void because he had no prior knowledge of construction and maintenance with power lines. Expert witness Mike Mickelson proved that Billings Power Company is not the insurer of public and all public safety, and is mainly in charge of the protection of the lines themselves from the tree, not from the negligent, immature teenagers who decided that it would be a great idea to climb on top of a tree adjacent to a large steel transmission line. Keep in mind that this transmission line is roughly the size of 2 entire giraffes, something that even the plaintiff agreed was extremely noticeable. To wrap this up, I'd like to sum up my client's innocence with a story. Okay. Once upon a time, there was once a mythical place by the name of Billings, Montana, where, due to the immaturity and misguidedness, a 15-year-old man decided to climb something that clearly reflects his age, a treehouse. And no, he doesn't stop there. He keeps climbing up and up this tree. And after climbing way past his friends, he decides to go past a series of black transmission lines, something that should have stuck out, but sadly he just passed them without thinking, as he seems to do regularly. Through a series of misfortunate judgments, Robbie Curtis came in contact with a high voltage line, one that was deadly. As the plaintiff and that's the end of my story, but as the plaintiff clearly failed to fulfill their burden of proof and prove beyond a reasonable doubt that my client, Billings Power Company, was negligent to the power lines next to the tree, when in fact the plaintiff themselves was negligent in climbing the tree in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foley. The plaintiff is now going to give their closing statement.
That was an adorable story, Mr. Foley, but I would like to bring this courtroom back to reality for a second. Throughout these multiple hours here in this courtroom, we have proven many things to you, the jury, and the people of the court. We've proven that the school board is negligent for not knowing that there were platforms in a tree that have been there for 20 years, even though Mr. Biggers had been working there for 30 years. That's 2/3 of his career that those have been there. We've also proven that the grounds crew of the school has been negligent for not noticing the school of the immediate danger of this treehouse, platforms, and activity going around the tree near the electrical wires. We've proved that John Carpenter is negligent for building a structure intended for people to use without a permit, which is stated to be illegal by Montana Code 5060-101 without a permit. Mike Mickelson is negligent for not trimming the tree branches to a company-required 10 feet radius around the power line, even though he clearly understood that that was the requirement set by the company. He ignored it and admittedly ignored the policy. We've also proven that the Billings Power Line Company was negligent as a whole for not following their own policy of trimming their lines back to 10 feet. This is not just one person's negligence that caused this accident. It is all three parties. Our client, Robbie Curtis, is entitled to his $12,162,150, the proven amount by Dr. Briggs needed to sustain his life, pay for future medicine, and repay medical bills from this sustained injury, which his father, Joe Curtis, has no way of paying for. Let's make sure justice is served today.
Thank you. Future call. Future call, I like that. Future call. Members of the jury, now that the evidence in this case has been presented, the time has come for me to instruct you on the law. My instructions will cover three areas. First, some general rules that will help define and control your duties. Second, the law that applies to the claims and defenses in this case. And third, some guidelines and rules for your deliberation. It shall be your duty to find the facts from all the evidence that's been presented in this case. The questions that you must decide are all contained in a special verdict form, which I have given to you already, consisting of 9 questions. It is the duty of this court to order judgment according to the law and the answers that you will return in arriving at your decisions. You must do your duty regardless of any personal likes or dislikes, any opinions or prejudices, and decide the case solely on the evidence that's presented to you. Attorneys are officers of the court. However, the arguments, the objections, the closing and opening remarks made by the attorneys are not considered evidence. You should always rely upon your own experience, your own good judgment, and your own common sense in receiving and interpreting these presentations by the attorneys. You are the sole judges of whether or not a witness is to be believed or not, and of the weight to be given to the testimony for each witness. There was but one plaintiff and 3 defendants in this case. Answer the special verdict form questions as to each defendant as though each were being tried separately. Each defendant is entitled to a separate consideration of his or her case and is not to be prejudiced by your answer with respect to the other defendants. In order to answer any questions yes, the greater weight of evidence must support such an answer. Otherwise, you should answer no. Greater weight of the evidence means that all of the evidence by whomever presented it just led you to believe it is more likely that the claim is true than not true. In this case, the plaintiff, Curtis, claims that the defendants were negligent and that he sustained damages because of their negligence. The defendants deny that they were negligent and further claim that any damages sustained by the plaintiff were caused by his own negligence. There are several important definitions of terms that I would like you to know that are important in this case. First, the term negligence can be defined as the failure to use reasonable care. The term reasonable care is that care which a reasonable person would use under similar circumstances. In this case, involving a child. Reasonable care is that care which a reasonable child of the same age, intelligence, of the same age, intelligence, training, and experience as the plaintiff at the time of the accident would have used under like circumstances. Negligence can also be thought of as doing of something which a reasonable person would not do, or the failure to do something which a reasonable person would do under the same circumstances. However, an act of omission is not negligence if no risk or injury could have been reasonably anticipated or foreseen. A power company or a property owner has a duty to exercise a high degree of care when it knows or should know that children are in danger of contacting any power lines while playing in the vicinity. The duty, however, remains the same: reasonable care under the circumstances. And it should be noted, the mere fact that an accident has happened does not of itself mean that anyone has been negligent. Finally, where evidence has been introduced concerning industry standards or guideline policies, such evidence is not to be considered conclusive on the question whether a defendant exercised reasonable care. Rather, it is to be considered by the jury along with all the other evidence in this case as to whether a defendant exercised reasonable care. And a person may assume that every other person will use reasonable care and will obey the law until the contrary be reasonably known. You will also be asked to determine the amount of percentages of damages, if any, to be assessed against the parties. The term damages means a sum of money that will fairly compensate a person injured or harmed. Damages may include past and future injury or harm. A party must prove the nature, the extent, the duration, and the consequences of his or her injury. There is no yardstick by which you can measure these values exactly, but you should consider the nature, the extent, the severity of the injuries, and the reasonable value of the medical services of every kind that has been or will be required in the future, and any future earnings of the injured that will be reasonably affected. If, after finding the dollar value of future damages for loss of future earning capacity, future medical supplies and services, then award that amount less interest reasonably earned, which we're not going to do today, by such a sum of monies, and apportion that negligence among those defendants found to be negligent in causing the plaintiff injuries. Finally, you should try to return a unanimous verdict, but if you cannot, then a portion of you can return a verdict of guilt or innocence based on the percentages that you come up with. Do you have any questions? Go now to your right, my left, okay, and deliberate your findings. I will meet with you back there to go over some more instructions, and we will be in recess until, yes? I'm sorry? Yes, I do. I'll bring it back. If court is in recess, everyone needs to stay here, and you can get a jump on your finishing up your day by cleaning up everything, any trash, I don't care if it's yours or not, in this entire auditorium and stage. We are in recess until we got a verdict.
This presentation is brought to you by HPTV. If you or someone you know would like to sponsor this unique TV station, please email Mrs. Kelly Snowder at snowdeck@hpasd.org. And from all of us here at HPTV, we thank you for watching.
All right. The way a civil trial works is there's a percentage that is proportion to each party. Okay? If a jury finds that the plaintiff is more guilty or is 50% guilty or negligent on their own, then the proportion of the portion of damage money would be zero for them because they are found to be at least half negligent. So that's how it's weighted. So what I will first do is tell you the percentage of guilt that this jury has found on each party, and then if there is any monies awarded to the plaintiff, I will announce that. First of all, for the defense, would you all please rise? First, for the defendant, Mr. John Carpenter. This jury has found that you have a percentage of guilt of only 5%. For the defendant, Power and Light Company from Billings, the jury has found that you have a percentage of guilt of 35%. For the school district defendant of Billings Central High School, this jury has found that you have a percentage of guilt of 35%, and that the plaintiff, Robbie Curtis, was 25% guilty, and you have been awarded in the total sum of damages of $5 million. This court is in recess.
This presentation is brought to you by HPTV. If you or someone you know would like to sponsor this unique TV station, please email Mrs. Kelly Snowder at snowdeck@hpasd.org. And from all of us here at HPTV, we thank you for watching.